The Great Valley. I. Fort Dearborn. Here the old fort stood, when the river bent southward. Now, because the world pours itself into Chicago, the lake runs into the river, past docks and switchyards, and under bridges of iron. Sand dunes stretched along the lake for miles. There was a great forest in the loop. Now Michigan Avenue lies between miles of lights, and the Rialto blazes, where the wolf howled in the loneliness of the log cabin. Across the river, the fur trader played his fiddle when the snow lay about the camp of the Potawatomis. In the great forest, now to the music of the kangaroo hop, and ragging the scale, and La Seduction, the boys and girls are dancing in a cafe near Lake Street. The world is theirs now. There is neither a past nor a tomorrow, save of dancing, nor do they know that behind them, in the seed not yet sown, there are eyes which will open upon Chicago, and feet which will blossom for the dance, and hands which will reach up and push them into the silence of the old fiddler. They threw a flag over the coffin of Lieutenant Farnham and buried him back of the fort, in ground where now the spice mills stand, and his little squaw with a baby sat on the porch grieving while the band played. Then hands pushing the world buried 1,000,000 soldiers, and afterward pale multitudes swept through the courthouse to gaze for the last time upon the shrunken face of Lincoln, and the fort at 35th Street vanished, and where the little giant lived, they made a park and put his statue upon a column of marbles. Now the glare of the steel mills at South Chicago lights the bronze brow of Douglas. It is his great sorrow, haunting the lake at midnight. When the South was beaten, they were playing. John Brown's body lies moldering in the grave, and Babylon is fallen, and wake Nicodemus. Now the boys and girls are dancing to the merry whirl and Hello Frisca, where they waltzed in crinoline when the Union was saved. There was the marble terrace, glory of the 70s. They wrecked it and brought colors and figures from later Athens and Pompeii, and put them on walls and beneath panels of red and gold and shimmering tessa, in tragic masks and comic masks, and wreaths and bucrania upon mosaic floors. Red-lipped women are dancing with dark men. Some sit at tables drinking and watching, amorous in an air of French perfumes. Like ships at midnight, the kingdoms of the world know not whither they go nor to what port. Nor do you, embryo hands, in the seed not yet sown, know of the wars to come. They may fill the sky with armored dragons, and the waters with iron monsters. They may build arsenals. We're now upon marble floors. The boys and girls are dancing the Alabama Jubilee. The processional of time is a falling stream, through which you thrust your hand, and between the dancers and the silence forever, there shall be the livers, gazing upon the torches they have lighted, and watching their own which are failing, and crying for oil, and finding it not. Roman 2. Captain John Whistler. Captain John Whistler built Fort Dearborn in 1803. His son, George Washington, who was an engineer and built a railroad in Russia for the Tsar in 1842, was the father of the artist, James Abbott McNeill Whistler. Throw logs upon the fire, relieve the guard. At the main gate and wicket gate, lieutenants. Send 2 men round the palisades, perhaps. They'll find some thirsty Indians loitering, who may think there is whiskey to be had. After the wedding, get my sealing wax. Now let me see November, 1804. Dear Jacob, on this afternoon my daughter was married to James Abbott. It's the first wedding of white people in Chicago. That's what we call Fort Dearborn now and then. They left at once on horseback for Detroit. The Tracy will sail in tomorrow likely. To Jacob Kingsbury that's well addressed. Don't fail to give this letter to the captain, that it may reach Detroit ere they do. I wonder how James Abbott and my Sarah will fare 300 miles of sand and marsh and tangled forest in this hard November. More logs upon the fire, the mist comes down. The lake roars like a wind, and not a star lights up the blackness they have almost reached. The calumet by now, good luck James Abbott. I am glad my Sarah wed so brave a man, and one so strong of arm. It's 1804. It's almost 1805. It's 20 years since I was captured when Bergen was whipped. At Saratoga, why it's almost 20 since I became an American soldier. Now, here am I, builder of this frontier fort, and its commander, aged now 49. But in my time, a British soldier first, now an American, first resident of Ireland, then England, Maryland. Now living here, I see the wild geese fly to distant shores, from distant shores, and wonder how they endure such strangeness. But what's that? To man's adventures, change of home, what's that? To my unsettled life, why there's La Salle. They say La Salle, in 1671, was here, and now it's almost 1805. And what's your wild geese to La Salle? He's born at Rouen, sails the seas, and travels over some several thousand miles through Canada, is here exploring portages and rivers, ends up at last down by the Rio Grande, and dies almost alone halfway around the world from where he started. There's a man. May someone say of me, there was a man. I am lonely without Sarah, without James. Tom, bring my pipe in that tobacco bag. Here place my note to Jacob Kingsbury. There on the shelf remember, to the captain. When the Tracy comes, draw boys up to the fire. I'll tell you what a wondrous dream I had, and woke with on my Sarah's wedding day. I had an uncle back in Ireland who failed at everything except his Latin. He could spout Virgil till your head would ache. And when I was a boy, he used to roll the Latin out, translating as he went. The ghost of Hector comes before knees and warns him to leave Troy, his mother Venus, tells him to settle in another land. The Delphic oracle misunderstood. Knees goes to Crete, he finds at last. His ships are fired by the Trojan women. Great conflagration, down he goes to hell. And then the Sibyl shows him what's to be. What race of heroes shall descend from him? And how a city's walls he shall upbuild. In founding Rome. So last night, in my dream, this uncle came to me and said to me, Aeneas Whistler, you shall found a city. You've built Fort Dearborn, that is the beginning. Imperial Rome could be put in a corner. Of this, the city which Yao found, fear not. The wooden horse, but have a care for cows. I see ships burning on your muddy Tiber. And toppling walls, I dreamed I felt the heat. But then a voice said, where's your little boy? George Washington, come sit on father's knee. And hear about my dream their little boy. Well, as I said, I felt the heat, and then I felt the cruelest cold, and then the voice. You cannot come to Russia with your boy. Hell make his way, I woke up with these words. And found the covers off, and I was cold. And then no sooner did I fall asleep than this old uncle reappeared and said, a race of heroes shall descend from you. Here shall a city stand greater than Rome. With that he seemed to alter to a witch. A woman's form, the voice of him changed too, and said, I am Mother Shipton, Captain Whistler. Men through the mountains then shall ride, nor horse nor ass be by their side. Think, gentlemen, what it would be to ride in carriages propelled by steam, and then this dream became a wonder in a wonder. Of populous streets, of flying things, of spires, of driven mist that looked like fiddle strings, from tree to tree, of smokestacks overtopping the tallest pine, of bridges built of levers, and such a haze of smoke and cloud-like shapes, passing along like etchings one by one. Cathedrals, masts as thick as hazel thickets, and buildings great as hills and miles of lights, till by some miracle the sun had moved, and rose not in the east but in the south, and shone along the shoreline of the lake, as he shines o'er the lake when he arises, and makes an avenue of gold no less. This yellow sand took glory of his light, and where he shone it seemed an avenue, and over it, where now the dunes stretch south, along the level shore of sand there stood these giant masses, etchings as it were. And Mother Shipton said, this is your city. A race of heroes shall descend from you. Your son George Washington shall do great deeds. And if he had a son, what would you name him? Well, as I went to sleep with thoughts of Sarah and praises for James Abbott, it was natural that I should say I'd name him after James. Well done, said Mother Shipton, and then vanished. I woke to find the sunlight in my room, and from my barracks window saw the lake, stirred up to waves slate-colored by the wind. Some Indians loitering about the fort. They knew this was James Abbott's wedding day, and Sarah's day of leaving. Soldiers, comrades, what is most real, our waking hours, our dreams. Where was I in this sleep? What are our dreams? But lands which lie below our hour's horizon, yet still are seen in a reflecting sky, and which through earth and heaven draw us on. Look at me now, consider of yourselves, housed, fed, yet lonely in this futile task, by this great water, in this waste of grass, close to this patch of forest, on this river, where wolves howl and the Indian waits his chance. Consider of your misery, your sense of worthless living, living to no end. I tell you, no man lives but to some end. He may live only to increase the mass, wherewith fate is borne adown, or just to swell the needed multitude when the hero passes, to give the hero heart. But every man walks though in blindness to some destiny of human growth, who only helps to fill, and helps that way alone, the empty fate that waits for lives to give it life. And look, here are we housed and fed, here is a fire, and here a bed, 100 years ago. Marquette La Salle, scarce housed and poorly fed, gave health and life itself to find the way through icy marshes, treacherous swamps and forests, for this Fort Dearborn, where tonight we sit, warming ourselves against a roaring hearth. And what's our part? It is not less than theirs. And what's the part of those to come? Not less than ours has been. And what's the life of man? To live up to the God in him, to obey the voice which says, you shall not live and rest, nor sleep, nor mad delight, nor senses fed, nor memory dulled, nor tortured hearing stopped. To drown my voice shall leave you to forget life's impulse at the heart of life, to strive for men to be, for cities, nobler states, moving foreshadowed in your dreams at night, and realized some 100 years to come. When this Fort Dearborn, you and all of you, and I who sit with pipe and son on knee, regretting a dear daughter who this hour is somewhere in the darkness like our souls, which move in darkness, listening to the beat of our mysterious hearts, or with closed eyes, sensing a central purpose, shall be dust. Our triumphs, sorrows, even our names forgotten, and all we knew lost in the wreck and waste, and change of things, and even what we did. For cities, nobler states, and greater men. Forgotten too, it matters not, we work. For cities, nobler states, and greater men. Or else we die in life, which is the death, which soldiers must not die. Roman 3. Emily Brasso, in church. Domine Jesu Christ, Rex Gloriae, libera animas omnium fidelium defunctorum deponis inferni, et de profundo lacu. Leave me now, and I will watch here through the night, and ill put in new candles, if these fail. Ill sit here as I am, where I can see his brow, his nose's tip, and thin white hair, and just beyond his brow, above the altar, the red gash in the side of Jesus like a candle's flame when burning to the socket. Go all of you and leave me, I don't cares how cold the church grows. Michelangelo went to a garret which was cold and stripped his feet and painted till the chill of death took hold of him, a man just 87. And I am 90, what's the odds? Go now. Now, Jean, we are alone, your very stillness is like intenser life, as in your brow. Your soul was crystallized and made more strong. And nearer to me, you are here, I feel you. I close my eyes and feel you, you are here. Therefore, a little talk before the dawn, which will come soon. Dawn always comes too soon. In times like this, it waits too long in times of absence, and you will be absent soon. I want to talk about my happiness, my happy life, the part you played in it. There never was a day you did not kiss me. Through nearly 70 years of married life, I had 2 hours of heaven in my life. The first one was the dance where first we met. The other when last fall they brought me roses. Those 90 roses for my birthday when they had me tell them of the first Chicago I saw when just a child, about the fort. The cabins where the traders lived who worked and made the fortune of John Jacob Astor. Poor Jean, it's scarce a week since you were struck. You sat down in your chair, 'twas after dinner. Then suddenly I saw your head fall forward. You could not speak when I went over to you. But afterwards, when you were on the bed, I leaned above you and you took the ribbon that hung down from my cap and pressed it trembling against your lips. What triumph in your death! Your death was like a mass, mysterious, rich, like Latin which the priests sing and the choir. May angels take you, and with Lazarus, once poor, receive you to eternal rest. 2 hours of heaven in my life, that's true. And years between that made life more than good. My first sight of Chicago stands for all my life became for you and all I've lived. The year is 1829, you know of course. I've told you of the trip in prairie schooners. From Ft. Detroit round the lake we camped. Along the way, the last time near the place where Gary and the steel mills are today. And the next morning, what a sky, as blue as a jay's wing, with little rifts of snow along the hollows of the yellow dunes, and some ice in the lake which lapped a little, and purplish colors far off in the north. So round these more than 20 miles we drove that April day, and when we came as far as 39th or 31st perhaps, just sand hills, then I never can forget it. What should I see? Fort Dearborn dazzling bright, all newly whitewashed right against that sky, and the log cabins round it, far away, the rims of forests, and between a prairie with wild flowers in the grasses red and blue. Such wild flowers and such grasses, such a sky, such oceans of sweet air in which were rising, straight up from Indian wigwams, spires of smoke, about where now the public library stands, on Randolph Street. And as we neared the place, there was the flag, a streaming red and white, upon a pole within the fort's enclosure. I cried for happiness, though just a child, and cry now thinking, I must set this candle to see your pale brow better. What's the hour? The night is passing, and I have so much to say to you before the dawn. Well then, the first hour that I call an hour of heaven. Who was that man that built the first hotel? It stood across the river from the fort. No matter, but before that I had heard nothing beside a fiddle living here, amid the traders, 11 years or so. And this man, for his hotel's opening, had brought an orchestra from somewhere, think. Bass viols, violins, and horns and flutes. I am dressed up like a princess for those days. I am 16 years of age, and pass the door. Enter the ballroom where such candlelight as I had never seen shone on me, they bored sockets in suspended wheels of wood, and hung them from the ceiling chandeliers. And at that moment, all the orchestra broke into music. Yes, it was a waltz. And in that moment, what a moment full. This hotel man presented you and said, "You are my partner for the evening, Jeans. I call this heaven for its youth and love. I am 16 and you're a 20 and I love you. I slip my arm through yours for you to lead me. You are so strong, so ruddy, kind and brave. I want you for a husband, for a friend, a guide, a solace, father to the child that I can bear. Oh, Jean, how can I talk so? In this lone church at midnight of such things, with all these candles burning round your face. I who have rounded 90 years and look on what was sweet long 70 years ago, feeling this city even at midnight move in restlessness, desire around this church, where once I saw the prairie grass and flowers, and saw the Indians in their colored trappings pour from a bottle of whiskey on the fire, a tribute to the spirit of the world, and dance and sing for madness of that spirit. Well, Jean, my other hour, I've spoken before of our long life together, glad and sad, but mostly good. I am happy for it all. This other hour is marked, I call it heaven, just as I told you, not because they stood around me as a mystery from the past, and looked at me admiringly for my age, my strength in age, my life that spanned the growth of my Chicago from a place of huts, just 4 or 5, a fort, and all around it, a wilderness to what it is this hour, where most 3 million souls are living, nor because I saw this rude life and beheld the world's fair, where such richnesses of time were spread before me, not because of these, nor for the 90 roses, nor the tribute they paid me in them, nor their gentle words. These did not make that hour a heaven, no. Jane, it was this. First, I was just as happy as I was on that night we danced together, and that I could repeat that hour's great bliss at 90 years, though in a different way, and for a different cause. That was the thing that made me happy, for you see it proves, just give the soul a chance, its happiness is endless. Let the body house it well, or house it ill, but give it but a chance to speak itself, not stifle it or hush it. With hands of flesh against the quivering strings, made sick or weak by time, the soul will find delights as good as youth has to the end. And even if the flesh be sick, there's hine. Few men had raptures keen as his, though lying with death beside him through a stretch of years. It must be something in the soul as well, which makes me think a third hour shall be mine. In spite of death, yes, Jean, it must be so. I want that third hour, I shall pray for it. Unceasingly, I want it for my soul's sake, which will have happiness in its very power, and dignity that time nor change can hurt. For if I have it, you shall have it too. And in that third hour we shall give each other something that's kindred to the souls we gave. That night we danced, together but much more. It's dawn, goodbye till then, my Jean, goodbye. Roman 4. The Ouija board. David Kennison died in Chicago February 24, 1852, aged 115 years, 3 months and 17 days, veteran of the Revolution. David Kennison is here born at Kingston in the year 1737, and it's 1916 now. Dumped the tea into the harbor, saw Cornwallis' career end at Yorktown with the sullen thunder written on his brow. Was at West Point when the traitor Arnold gave up the fort. Saw them hang Major Andre for a spy and his due. Settled down in Sackett's harbor for a rest of a sort. Till I crossed the western country in the year 42. And I saw Chicago rising in the 10 years to come. Ere I passed in the 50s to the peace of the dead. Now where is there a city in the whole of Christendom, where such roar is, and such walking is around a grave's head? Oh, 'twas fighting as a soldier in the wars of the land, and 'twas giving and living to make the people free, that kept me past a century an oak to withstand the heat and snow and weevils that break down a tree. There were other dead around me with a slab to mark, when they heaped the final pillow for my honor's meed. Now the lovers stopping curiously in Lincoln Park, look at the bronze tablet on my boulder and read how I fought at Long Island and fought at White Plains. What does it mean, you lovers who scan what is scored on the tablet on my boulder? Why, the task remains to make the torch brighter and to keep clean the sword. Go labor for the future, go make the cities great. There are other realms to conquer for the men to be, for it's toil and it's courage that solve a soul's fate, and it's giving and living that make a people free. They hanging the picture before you pull that string and strip away that veil. I rise to enter my objection to the hanging of Archer Price's picture here in this hall. For ill venture, the artist has tried to soften the vain and shifty look of the eyes, and the face that looked like a hartebeest's, and the rabbit mouth that looked like a horse's, lipping oats from a leather bag. I knew this man in 28. When he drifted here from Maine, he said, and now it's 1892. This year is sacred to conquerors, discoverers, and soldiers. And I object to the hanging of pictures of men who trade while others fight and follow the army to get the loot and rest till other men are tired, then grab the spoils while the workers sleep. I would like to burn all masks and padded shoes and smash all dark lanterns and take all friends of the people and brand them with the letter B, which means betrayer. And I would like to enter the kingdom of heaven, just to see the publicans who will be there, and the Archer Prices who will not be there. You call him a great man, and a prophetic man, and a leader and a savior, and a man who is wise in an evil world of tangled interests and selfish power, and who knew the art of compromise and how to get half when you can't get all. You haven't probed deep enough in this man. For he was great as the condor is great, and prophetic as the wolf is prophetic, and a leader as the jackal is a leader. And his wisdom was that of the python, which will swallow a hare when no pig is at hand. He was rich. He was well known. His name was linked with lofty things, and adorned all noble committees. And he was a friend of art and music. He gave them money. He was on the library board, and the commerce board, and every board, for building up the city. I admit these things, they were pawns on the board for him. That's why I rise to enter my objection to hanging his picture here. We had no telephones in those days, but there was a certain man of power, a man who was feared as one might fear a lion that hides in the jungle. And this man sat in a hidden room, as a bandit appear waits and watches. And he went from this room to his house in a cab, and back to this room in a cab. But everyone knew that Archer Price was doing the will of the man in the room, though you never saw the two together, as you never could see together the leaders of some of these late bipartisan deals. But Archer Price was so much alike, this secret man in the room, and did so much what we knew. He wanted done and built the city, so near to the heart's desire of this man, that all of us knew that the two conferred, in spite of the fact that telephones had never been heard of then. Well, because of this man in the room, as well as because of Price himself. Everyone feared him, no one knew exactly how to fight him. Everyone hated him, although everyone helped him to wealth and power. He was what you'd call a touchmanot. If you clodded him, you ran the risk of hitting the teacher or maybe a child. He always walked with the wind to his back. If you spit at him, it would fly in your face. And though we suspected more than we knew of his subtle machinations, no one could attack him for what was known, because the things he was known to be doing were service to those who couldn't allow the service to be imperiled. There never was a time this man was out of public office. He clung to the people's treasury, as a magnet clings to a magnet. Why didn't your orator tell this audience? He started in life as town assessor. That would have left me with nothing to say, except he traded the fixing of taxes for business. Oh, you people who unveil pictures. In his day, no one was permitted to say this. And now everyone has forgotten it. It is useless to say it. And here, in the year of Columbus, you are unveiling his picture. And you say the Illinois and Michigan Canal had never been built or saved for the people, except for Archer Price. Why don't you tell that he fought the canal in 1830, saying it would burden the people? And why don't you say that even then he was acting for his own interests and the man in the room? Why don't you show that his art of compromise created the Public Canal Committee when he failed to block the canal, and failed of appointment as canal commissioner? Why don't you show that through that committee? The squatters stole the wharves on the river. Why don't you show how his friends grew rich? Through buying the lands at public sales, which were given to build the canal, and which the committee was pretending to conserve. Why don't you show that through that committee? Pretending to be a friend of the people. He opened a fight at length on the squatters, and won the fight and won the wharves, for himself and a clique of friends. Why don't you tell? Cry me down if you will. I object. Romans 6. The Lincoln and Douglas debates. Have you ever seen the Douglas Monument? There in Chicago. They say it's by the lake, with a column of marble 100 feet high, and a statue of the little giant on top, with knit brows and lion face, like he used to look when debating with Lincoln. I want to go up to Chicago sometime to see that monument. And someone told me they carved on his marble coffin the words, "Tell my children to obey the laws and uphold the Constitution." Well, they couldn't have put sadder words on his coffin than that, for it was trying to obey the laws and support the Constitution that killed him. And why should his children do the same thing and die? You young men of this day don't care, and you don't understand the old questions. But a man's life is always worth understanding, especially a man's like the little giant. Now this was the point. There was that devilish thing, slavery, and the little giant, as senator, put through a bill for leaving it to the people, whether they would have slavery in Kansas or Nebraska or any other territory, and that was popular sovereignty. And sounds democratic, but 3 years later, along comes the Supreme Court and says, the people of a territory must have slavery, whether they want it or not, because the Constitution is for slavery and it follows the flag. Well, there was the little giant, caught between the law and the Constitution, and trying to obey both. Or better still, he was like Lemries's boy, who was standing one time 1 foot on shore, and one in a skiff baiting a hook. And all at once Carl Langford's little steamer came along and bobbled the skiff, and it started to glide out into the river. Why, the boy walked like a spread compass for a month, for the skiff was moving, and that's the law. And his other foot slipped on the slimy bank, and that's the Constitution. But if you want to consider a minute how time plays tag with people, and how no one can tell when hell be it, just think. There was Bill McKinley, who kept the old constitutions from going to the Philippines, and they elected him. And here was the little giant, who wanted to send it everywhere, and they defeated him. So you see, it depends on what it means, whether you want to keep it or send it. And nobody knows what it means, not even judges. But just the same, them were great days. One time the little giant came here with Lincoln and talked from the steps of the courthouse. And you never saw such a crowd of people. Democrats, Whigs, and Locafocos. Know-nothings and antimasonics. Blue lights, spiritualists, Republicans. Free soilers, socialists, American, such a crowd. Lincoln's voice squeaked up high. And didn't carry. But Douglas. People out yonder in Proctor's Grove, a mile from the courthouse steps, could hear him roar and hear him say, I am going to trot him down to Egypt and see if he'll say the things he says to the black Republicans in northern Illinois. It made you shiver all down your spine to see that face and hear that voice. And that was the little giant. And then on the other hand, there was Abe Lincoln, standing 6'4", as thin as a rail, with a high-keyed voice, and sometimes solemn and sometimes comic, as any clown you ever saw. And run in Carl Langford's little steamer, as it were, you know, which would bobble the skiff, which was the law, and the little giant's other foot would slip on the bank, which was the Constitution. And you could almost hear him holler, ouch. And Lincoln would say, this argument of the senators is thin as soup, made from the shadow of a starved pigeon. And then the crowd would yell, and the cornet band would play, and men would walk away and say, Lincoln floored him, and others would say, he ain't no match for the little giant. But ill declare, if I could decide, which whipped the other. For to let the people decide whether they wanted slavery sounded good, and to have the Constitution in force sounded good, and not to have any slavery at all sounded good. But so far as the law was concerned, and where it was, and what you could do with it, it was like the shell game. Now you see the little ball, and now you don't. Who's got $1 to say where the little ball is? But when you try to obey the laws and support the Constitution, it reminds me of a Campbellite preacher we had here years ago, and he debated with the Methodist preacher as to whether immersion or sprinkling was the way to salvation. And the Campbellite preacher said, the Holy Scripture says, and Jesus, when he was baptized, went up straightway out of the water. And how could he come up out of the water if he wasn't in? Asked the Campbellite preacher, pointing a long finger at the Methodist preacher. And how could he be in without being immersed? Well, the Campbellite preacher won the debate. But the next day, Billy Bell, an infidel we had here, met the Campbellite preacher and said, I suppose it wouldn't be possible for a man to stand in water up to his knees and have water sprinkled on his head, would it? And the Campbellite preacher said, get thee behind me, Satan, and went on. Well, Lincoln was kind of an infidel, and the little giant got caught in his own orthodoxy, and his ability for debate led him into the complete persuading of himself. And by arguing for the laws, he made Lincoln appear as Bane against the law. But just think for a minute, young man. Here is the little giant, the greatest figure in all the land. And the wheel of fortune turns. And he stands by Lincoln's side and holds his hat while Lincoln takes the oath as president. Then the war comes, and his leadership has left him, and millions who followed him turn from him, and then death comes and sits by him and says, "Your time's up." So I say, when they put up that monument and carved those words upon it, they had just as well have carved the words, "He took poison." Which reminds me, there was a family over at Dutchland named Nietzsche, and my boy writes me from college that there is a writer named Nietzsche who says, well, I can't tell you just now, but if y'all look at things close, y'all see that Lincoln was against the legal law, and Douglas against the moral law so-called, and neither cared for the other's law. And that was the real debate. Lincoln rode over laws to save the Union, and Douglas said he cared more for white supremacy than anything else. Which being true, who can tell? Who won the debates? Is it better to have the Union, or better to have a master race? I'll go over to the post office now and see if there's a letter from my boy. Romans 7. Autochthon. In a rude country, some 4,000 miles from Charles and Alfred's birthplace, you were born. In the same year, but Charles and you were born on the same day, and Alfred 6 months later. Thus start you, in a sense, the race together. Charles goes to Edinburgh afterwards. His father picks him for the ministry and sends him off to Cambridge, where he spends his time on beetles and geology. Neglects theology. Alfred is here, fondling a Virgil and a Horace. But youth these years you give to reading sop. The Bible lives of Washington and Franklin, and Kirkham's grammar. In 1830, Alfred prints a book containing Mariana, certain other delicate, wind-blown bells of airy music. And in this year, you move from Indiana and settle near Decatur, Illinois, hard by the river Sangamon, where fever and ague burned and shook the poor swamp saffron creatures of that desolate land, while Alfred walks the flowering lanes of England and reads Theocritus to the song of larks. You clear the forests, plow the stumpy land, fight off the torments of mosquitoes, flies, and study Kirkham's grammar. In 1830, one Charles takes a trip around the world, sees South America, and studies living things in Galapagos, Tahiti, Keeling Island, and Tasmania. In 1830, one you take a trip upon a flatboat down to New Orleans, through hardships scarcely less than Joliet and Marquette knew in 1673. Return on foot to Orphat's store at Salem. By this time, Jacques Rousseau was canonized. Jefferson dead, but 7 years or so. Brook Farm was budding, Garrison had started. His liberator, Fourier, still alive. And Emerson was preening his slim wings. For flights into broad space there was stir, enough to sweep the shell-iron heads, in truth. Shelley was scarcely past a decade then. Old Godwin still was writing Wars for Freedom. Swept through the Grecian Isles, America had isms in abundance, but not one took hold of you. In 1832, Alfred has drawn out of old Mallory and Grecian myths, the Lady of Shalott and Fair Nun, and put them into verse. This is the year you fight the Black Hawk War, and issue an address to Sangamon's people. You are but 23, yet this address would not shame Charles or Alfred. It's restrained, insanely balanced, without extra words, or youth's conceits, or imitative figures' dreams, or isms of the day. No, here you hope that enterprise, morality, sobriety may be more general and speak a word for popular education, so that all may have a moderate education, as you say. You make a plea for railroads and canals, and ask the suffrages of the people, saying, you have known disappointment far too much to be chagrined at failure if you lose. They take you at your word and send another to represent them in the legislature. Then you decide to learn the blacksmith's trade. But fate comes by and plucks you by the sleeve and changes history, doubtless. By 36, when Charles returns to England, you have become a legislator, yes. You tried again and won. You have become a lawyer too, by working through the levels of laborer, storekeeper, and surveyor, wrapped up in problems of geometry, and Kirkham's grammar, and Sir William Blackstone, and Coke on Littleton, and Joseph Chitty. Brook Farm will soon bloom forth. Francois Fourier is still on earth, and Garrison is shaking. Terrible lightning at Slavocracy, and certain libertarians, Videlicet, John Greenleaf, Whittier, and others, sing the trampling out of grapes of wrath, in truth. The Hebrews taught the idealist how to sing destruction in the name of God and curse, where strength was lacking for the sword. But you are not a Robert Emmet or a Shelley, have no false dreams of dying to bring in the day of liberty at 23. You're measuring the world and waiting for dawn's mists to clear that you may measure it and know the field's dimensions ere you put your handle to the plough. In 1833, a man named Hallam, a friend of Alfred's, died at 22. Thereafter Alfred worked his hopes and fears upon the dark impasto of this loss, in delicate colors, and in 1850, when you were sunk in melancholia, as one of no use in the world, adjudged to be of no use by your time and place, Alfred brought forth his Dante dream of life, received the laureate wreath, and settled down with a fair wife amid entrancing richness of sunny seas and silken sails, and dreams of Araby and ivied halls and meadows where the breeze of temperate England blows the hurrying cloud. There, seated like an oriental king, in silk and linen clothed, took the acclaim of England and the world. This is the year. You sit in a little office there in Springfield, feet on the desk, and brood. What are you thinking? You're 41, around you spears are whacking the windmills of the day. You watch and weigh. The sunlight of your mind quivers about the darkness every thinking soul must know, and lights up hidden things behind the door. And in dark corners you have fathomed much, weighed life and men. Oh, what a sphered brain, strong-nerved, fresh-blooded, firm in plasmic fire, and ready for a task if there be one. That is the question that makes brooding thought. For you know well men come into the world and find no task and die and are not known. Great sphered brains gone into dust again. Their light under a bushel all their days. In 1859, Charles publishes his Origin of Species, and Tays said, "You see it, or at least hear what it is. Out of 3 travelers in a distant land, one writes a book of what the 3 have seen. Perhaps you never read much, yet perhaps some books were just a record of your mind. How had it helped you in your work to read? The Idylls of the King, as much, perhaps. Had Alfred read the Northwest Ordinance of 1787. But in this year of 59, you're sunk in blackest thought. About the country maybe, but I think about this riddle of our mortal life. You were a poet, Abraham, from your birth. That makes you think and makes you deal at last with things material to the tune of laws, moving in higher spaces when you're called to act and show, a poet molding stuff too tough for spirits practical to mold. Here are you with your feet upon the desk. You have been beaten in a cause which kept some strings too loose to catch the vibrate waves of a great harp whose music you have sensed. You are a mathematician using symbols, like justice, truth, with keenness to perceive disturbance of equations, a logician who sees invariable laws and beauty born of finding out and following the laws. You are a Plato brooding there in Springfield. You are a poet with a voice for truth, and never to be claimed by visionaries who chant the theme of bread and bread alone. But here and now, they want you not for senator, it seems. You have been tossed to one side by the rush of world events, left stranded and alone, and fitted for no use, it seems, in Springfield. A country lawyer with a solid logic and gift of prudent phrase, which has a way of hardening under time to rock as hard as the enduring thought you seal it with. You've reached your 50th year, your occultation should pass if ever we should see a light. In all your life, you have not seen a city. But now our Springfield giant strides Broadway. Thrills William Cullen Bryant, sets a wonder going about the East that Kirkham's grammar can give a man such speech at Cooper Union, which even Alfred's, trained to Virgil's style, cannot disdain for matching in the thought with a faultless clearness. And still in 1860, all the Brahmins have fear to give you power. You are a backwoodsman, a country lawyer, unlettered in the difficult art of states, a denizen of a squalid western town, dowered with a knack of argument alone, which wakes the country schoolhouse and may lift its devotees to Congress by good fortune. But then at Cooper Union, intuitive eyes had measured your tall frame and careful speech, your strength and self-possession. Then they came with that dramatic sense which is American into the hall with rails which you had split, and called you Honest Abe, and wearing badges with your face on them and the poor catchwords of Honest Abe as if you were a referee. Like honest Kelly, when in truth no man had ever been your intimate, ever slapped you with brisk familiarity or called you anything but Mr. Lincoln, never Abe or Abraham, and never used the hello bill of salutation to you. O great patrician, therefore fit to be great Democrat as well. In 1862, Charles publishes How Orchid Flowers Are Fertilized by Insects, and you give forth a proclamation saying, the Union must have peace, or I wipe out the blot of Negro slavery, you see. The symphony's the thing, and if you mar it, contending over slavery, I remove the source of the disharmony, I admit the freedom of the press, but for the Union. When you abuse the Union, you shall stop. And when you are in jail, no habeas corpus shall bring relief, I have suspended it. Today they call you libertarian. Well, so you were, but just as beauty is, and truth is, even if they curb and vanquish the lower heights of beauty and of truth, they take your speech and deeds and give you place in Hebrew temples with Ezekiel, Habakkuk, and Isaiah emerged from this association, master man. You are not of the faith that breeds the ethic wranglers who make economic goals the strain and test of life. You are not one, spite of your lash and sword threat, who believe God will avenge the weak. That is the dream which builds millenniums where disharmonies that make the larger harmony shall cease. A dream not yours, and they shall lose you who enthrone you as a prophet who cut through the circle of our human sphere of life to let in wrath and judgment's final tests on life around the price of sparrows, weights wherewith bread shall be weighed. There is a windless flame where cries and tears, where hunger, strife, and war and human blood no shadow cast, and where the love of truth, which is not love of individual souls, finds solace in a judgment of our life. That is the flame that took both Charles and you, O leader in a commonwealth of thought. Roman 8. Grant and Logan and our tears, twixt certain parallels of latitude, say 37 and 42 and more, and certain meridians, say 91 and 87 plus. The top line drawn to leave the lower lake, shaped like a drinking cup to meet your needs, to bind you to the east and west, save you from tributary servitude, through Mississippi's river to the south. No sheds of hills to guard you on the north, against the Arctic winds loosed at the pole, or medicine hat parturient as the bag of mad Aulus. The valley and the river just a hallway, making a draft for tropic heat in summer. Well, here you are in physiography. Upon a time, black soil was poured over your surface as the cook pours chocolate on a cake. So you are fertile, never a land so rich. A little river flowing in the lake, vanishing in marshes up a mile or so, makes for a portage to another stream, which empties in another stream which empties into the Mississippi. A spot between the lake and river lies upon the highway binding east and west. and from the south and north where traders meet. This is the very place to build a fort. The fort becomes a town within a year. A great metropolis in half a cycle. Within a lifetime, you have gained some 7 million souls. The land of Luther sends a swarming host, and Milton's land adventurous sons, and Scandinavia's realm, and Michelangelo's mountains. All Europe pours her wealth of brawn and spirit on you, until you are an empire of restless vital men and teeming towns. Before you were grown rich and populous. You brightened history. Great men came from you. But now that you have cities and great treasure, where are your great ones? What is your genius? What star enwraps your eyes? What heights allure you? Hermaphroditic giant, sad and drunk. Not gay but foolish, stuffed with new baked bread. Who took away your gland pituitary, abandoned you to such exaggerate growth, without increase of soul. You blasphemous, yet afraid, licentious, yet ashamed, swaggering, yet blubbering, and boasting of your rights. Materialist who woos the spiritual, who holds aloft the cross from which you've sold the nails to junkmen, and makes a hackle from the crown of thorns, wherewith to hackle hemp to make a rope for your own hanging in the Philippines, who with one hand grabs off the widow's mite, and with the other tosses golden coins into the beggar's cup, the blacksnake whip in one hand, in the other a plentiful supply of surgeon's tape, O you, a hard oppressor charitably inclined, and keen to see and take the outward image, devoid of categories to reduce its truth and meaning. No seed of old-world thistles should be sown here, or let to fly upon this soil. Yet dogma has been sown here. Men rise thereby who sow the seed again. Accessory spirits keep the ground well stirred. It's gold and then it's power, but gold at last. And for the rest, what are your dominant breeds? Smug cultures where the aggregate mind is leather, gorged with the oil respectability, impervious to thought. These pick the eunuch type as being safe. American, it's called. Sleek, quiet, smiling, ready servitors, who for the salary, and that alone, require no bribes. Affect the business will. You are a hollow thing of steel, a cauldron. No monument of freedom. You're a lettered, it is true, with many luminous truths that came to be through deeds of men who died for liberty. But inside you there is a seething compost of public schools, the ballot, journalism, laws, jurisprudence, dogma, gold the chief ingredient, all stirred into a brew, wherewith to feed yourself and keep yourself the thing you are. Not wholly slave, not really free, desiring vaguely to be master moral, and yet too sicklied over by old truths. The ballot, fear, plebeian spirit, lack of mind, to reach patrician levels. Hermaphroditic giant, misdeed, half blinded by ideals, half by greed, can nothing but a war. The prospect of a slaughter or the prize of foreign lands shake off your lethargy and make you seem as big in spirit as you are in body. Would you not love the general weal improved? Would you not love your towns made beautiful, your halls and courts reclaimed from dicers' oaths, your laws made just and tuned to godlike laws, your weights and measures made invariable? Is there no tonic in such hopes as these to rouse you, giant? I think you are Delilah, tricked out as liberty for a fancy ball, spiritless, provincial, shabby, dull, where no ways gentle, no natural mirth prevails. You've put your Samson's eye out, he would see. You've chained him to the grinder, he would play. Be wise and human, free, courageous, fair, of cleaner flesh and nobler spirit, look. He may pull down your bastard temple yet, and make you use Pentelic marble for rebuilding of the Parthenon you planned, and leave the mist-stone throne in a heap for sheep gates in the walls of ancient Zion. The municipal pier, great snail whose lofty horns are knobbed with gold, long javelin of redwood lying straight upon the changing indigos which unfold in blues and chrysoprases from the gate of this our city seaward till the gull becomes a gnat where lights annihilate the wing's last beat, or are you like a hull Pompeian red upon the Nile's slate green? Or are you like these clouds which fanciful half-open eyes make giant fish serene and motionless as rifts of carbuncles sunk in a waste of faience sky between? Such terrifying turquoise darkness dulls the torches of your towers struck to flame by sunset, and you mass amid the hulls of shadows on the water, then reclaim this blackness with 1,000 eyes of light. Paris made with hands which overcame the waters where no point of land gave might to walls and slips, no Peraic promontory inspired our hippodamus in his flight seaward with docks, parades, and auditory for music and a dancing floor for youths. But only the sea tempted, telling the story that grows within the loop, its dens and booths and palaces of trade is to omit the city's lofty genius and the truths through which she works at best against the wit of creatures who would sell her body, take the money of the sale as perquisite for grossness in luxurious life, awake Themistocles of us and carve the dream of Burnham into stone along this lake, such as no city looks on to redeem its shores from shrieks and crashes, refuse smoke. His architectural vision sketched the scheme of harbors, islands, boulevards spoke. For these, the concourse, stadium, and a tomb. For that dull infamy of filth, whose cloak is law, hiding the greedy hands that doom. To long delay with bribery, he is gone. These several years into the narrow room, where beauty is no more of walk or lawn, or arch or peristyle, but still he says, work quickly into form what I have drawn, and give Chicago of these middle days the glory which it merits to this pier. Make wide the marble way, build new the quays. Give to the swimmers depths made fresh and clear. Lay out the flowering gardens, founts and pools, such as Versailles knows the river steer, under the arches of two-decked bascules. Look at the photographs of 76. Whoever you are who mocks or ridicules this city, then imagine stones and bricks, which from such lowness rose in 50 years, by so much grown miraculous to transfix. The future's wonder as ours is for peers. Like this Chicago, O ye men who wield small strength or great or none, too apt at sneers. For men who did too little, you must yield. Your names for judgment soon, have you done more to make this city great than Marshall Field, while you were railing, idling on this shore? Hands silent, out of sight were plunged in toil. You woke one morning to the water's roar, and saw these gilded turrets flash and spoil the sunlight of the spring. What have you sown of truth or beauty in this eager soil, to make your living felt, your labor known? Sometimes I see silk banners in the sky, and hear the sound of silver trumpets blown, and bells high turreted and passing by this firmament of rolling blue great throngs stream in an air of brilliant sun, where I, a century gone am of it, when my songs are but a record of a day that died, and saw the end of desecrating wrongs. How sweet bells are born on the evening tide, high up where heaven is flushed and the moon's sphere looks down on temples, arches, where the wide eternal waters thunder round the pier. Gobineau to tree. Since our talk at Christiana, I have read all you referred me to concerning Lincoln, his speeches and the story of the struggle, which ended in your war, not civil really, but waged between two nations. But no matter to me whose life is closing, and whose life was spent in struggle, much of misery, in friendship with de Tocqueville, then at odds with him and his philosophy, who knew Bismarck, who saw the wars of Europe, saw great men come up and fall, and systems change, who probed into the Renaissance and mastered religions and philosophies, and wrote concerning racial inequalities. To me, I say, this crisis of your time and country seems remote, as it might be, almost in far Australia, trivial in substance and effect, or world result. And now your letter and these documents concerning Douglas yield but scanty gold. Perhaps I've reached an age where I cannot digest new matter or resolve its worth, extract its bearing and significance. But since you ask me, I am writing you what I've arrived at from the photographs and the descriptions of your Illinois, where Lincoln spent his youth. I almost sicken. Small muddy rivers flanked by bottom lands, so fat of fertile stuff the grossest weeds thrive thriftier than in Egypt round their roots. Repulsive serpents crawl, the air is full of loathsome insects, and along these banks an agued people live who have no life except hard toil, whose pleasures are the dance, where violent liquor takes the gun or knife, who have no inspiration save the orgy of the religious meeting, where the cult of savage dreams is almost theirs, the towns, places of filth, of maddening quietude, Streets mired with mud, board sidewalks where the men, like chickens with the cholera, stand and squeak. Foul or half-idiot things, near by the churches. Mere archways to the graveyard, nothing here. Of conscious plan to lift the spirit up. All is defeat of liberty in spite of certain strong men, certain splendid breeds. The pioneers who made your state no beauty, save as a soul delves in a master book. And out of this your Lincoln came, not poor, as Burns was in a land of storied towers. But poor as a degenerate breed is poor, sunk down in squalor. Yet he seems a man of master qualities, the muddy streets, and melancholy of a pastoral town, and sights of people sick, the stifling weeds, which grew about him, left his spirit clean, save for an ache that all his youth was spent in such surroundings. And observe the man, do poverty and life among such people. Make him a libertarian, let us see. At 20 years, he is a centralist. Stands for the bank which Andrew Jackson fought. And lauds protection, thinks of Washington. Much more than Springfield, that is right I say. But call him not a Democrat. Look here. This master book of Stevens, which you sent me, accuses Lincoln of imperial deeds and breach of laws, and rightly so in truth. That makes me love him, but the end he sought is something else. At first that was the Union. Straight through it was the Union, but at last the strain of Christian softness, always his, which filled him full of hate for slavery, cropped out in freedom for your Negro slaves, which was an act of war, and so confessed, not propped by law, but only by a will. Thus he became a man who broke all law. To have his law, he killed 1,000,000 men. For what he called the Union, what he thought was truth of Christian brotherhood, I say. He killed 1,000,000 men, for it is true. Your war had never come, had he believed. All government must rest in men's consent. What have we but a soul imperial? A brother to me, standing for the strong. For master races, blindly at the work of biologic mount, the cells of him that make him saint for radicals and dreamers are but somatic, but the sperm of him will propagate great rulers. See his face. Its tragic pathos fools the idealist. But study it, first then observe the eyes, and tell me how within their gaze events, or men could lose their true proportions here. No visions swarm, no dreams with flashing wings throw light upon them, no, they only look across a boundless prairie, that is all. And in that brow and nose we see a strength. Slow, steady, wary, cautious we this man is your conservative, perhaps your best, which is one reason why he loved the Union, and even said at last that government of the people meant the Union how absurd, would perish if it perished, clearly false. And if 'twere true would be the better, read my Renaissance and other books, you'll see how id protect the master spirits, keep the master races pure, how I detest the brotherhood of man, how I have shown the falseness of these Galilean dreams, these syrups strained in secret, used to drug the strong and make them equal with the weak. Such things are of the mind which weaves in space. A penalty of thought, come back to earth. Live close to nature, do not sap a rose. To nourish cabbages and call it truth. Well then, your Negro's freed, but what of that? You do not want him for a friend or spouse. I would not see him whipped or made a bond. But tell me what you're thinking of who say his freedom is a gain for liberty. To buy men's labor is to buy their bodies. Your country now has entered on a course of buying labor. Wait and see what comes. I see processions filing through your land. They carry banners bearing Lincoln's face. And there are hordes who think the kingdom's coming. As Lincoln freed the slaves, one will arise to free all men. The signs before the war are come again, portentous stars appear, which prophesied the war. All revolutions are so announced, the world is rising higher. Through ordered revolutions, preordained. Well, certain men look at these mad processions from well-protected windows with a smile. They are your millionaires, they think they know the soul of Lincoln better than the crowds that carry banners with his picture on them. Yes, all they have they owe to Lincoln. They grew strong through Lincoln. But are you content to have your Negroes free and millionaires in mastership of your republic, where are men to overlord your millionaires, you know? Out of the eater comes forth meat, who will exhaust the strength of those whose strength was gained from blood of boys shed on the battlefield. What can you do to have a renaissance that with a terrible light will drive to covert owls, bats, and mousing hawks that neither know what life is, whence they come, nor what they are, who live by superstition, codes of slaves, fear truth, are weak, and only hunger know. You must have such a renaissance or die, while slipping smugly, self-sufficiently, along a way unvisioned, while you play the hypocrite as it was never played in any place, in any time on earth. These things I see, but let me in conclusion point to your Lincoln as a man who makes for power and beauty in your country. Call it republic if you will, the name is nothing. I say the vitalist force is love, not hate. I say that all great souls are lovers, but of what? Why, what great Goethe loved, your mastermen should learn of Goethe, hold the crowd through him. And Lincoln was a lover, but of what? Well, not the cesspool of the black man's slavery. He loved the mathematics of high truths and heightened spirituality. That's the reason. Only a man like me can know him. That's the reason that your crude American thought misses the man. Old Piri. I had a paying little refinery, and all was well with me, and then the trust edged up to me and wiped me out. So much for Northern tariff, freedom of niggers, and New England rule. Praise God for sponging slavery from the slate. Well, then I was without a cent again. What should I do? I wanted first a change and rest in the use of other faculties. So I went out and took a farm. One thing leads to another. I wake up one morning and find a man from Illinois become my neighbor on the adjoining farm. It's your John Cogdal, once of Petersburg, county of Menard, in Illinois. Precinct Indian Point, he said to me. We're friends at once and visit back and forth. 2 months ago, I saw upon his table a copy of the Petersburg Observer. John likes to hear the hometown news. I pick it up and scan it through to see what a country paper is in Illinois. And there I read this notice of Old Peary. Real name Cordelia Stackey, dead 30 years. Whose money in the county treasury is to be made a steat, so here I am. Maneuvering for this money, rather shabby. If I was not so devilish poor and pressed. If letting Menard County have the prize would profit anyone when I can prove Old Peary was my great-aunt, her father and my grandfather brothers, when I can prove that I am her only heir. Yes, but not as pure of blood. Her father was a judge in South Carolina. Her mother was a belle of New Orleans. My father told me so, Cordelia Stackey. Old Peary, as you called her, was a story we heard as children sitting on his knee. I know to prove my name is Stackey. And then because her name was Stackey, won't draw this money from your treasury. But wait. Go to your vault and get that ring she wore. Slipped from her dead hand when you found her body. Dead for a week amid her rags and stuff. Go get that ring, Mr. Treasurer of Menard. If I don't describe it, down to the finest point, just as I heard my father say. The night she disappeared, she wore a ring. Of such and such, I'll go back to my farm. In Mississippi, but I'll do much more. I'll trace her from Columbia to Old Salem. I'll show her crazed brain luring her along to find the spot where Lincoln kept the store. 2 miles from where we sit. She must have walked across Virginia, West Virginia, Ohio, Indiana, or perhaps she footed it through Tennessee, Kentucky. I talked this morning with your county judge. He said she came here late in 65 or early 66. Was seen by farmers near the Salem mill. A loitering, mumbling woman. Not old but looking old and aging fast. As she became a figure in your streets and alleys with a gunnysack on back, wherein she stuffed old bottles, paper things. She picked industriously and stored away. Would buy a bit of cold food at the baker's. Sometimes would sit on doorsteps eating cake, which friendly hands had given her, then depart. And say, God rest your souls, attended Mass. On Sunday mornings, knew no one. And had no friends. In 69, was found incompetent. And placed in charge of a conservator. Then, as she was not dangerous, went ahead at picking rags, until in 97 passed away. Such was the life and death of a fine girl, the daughter of a judge in South Carolina, and a belle of New Orleans, and after life at best new life at worst, beginning in a southern capital, where she knew riches, admiration place. She ended up in Petersburg, Illinois. A little croaking, mad but harmless waif. A withered leaf stirred by the Lincoln storm. And here's my guess. The fancy of her madness brought her here, to see the country where the man who was a laborer kept a store, could rise therefrom, and bring such desolation to the south, such sorrow to herself, that is my guess. The name's Cordelia Stacky inside this ring. You tell me she's the same, no doubt. We all lived in Columbia when the troops of Sherman whirled upon us to the sea. I was a year old then, we were burned out. Lost everything. The troops came howling, plundering, and tossing combustible chemicals. They butchered just for sport our cattle, split chests and cabinets with savage axes, walked with their hobnailed boots on our pianos, ran bayonets through pictures, rode horses in our parlors, broke open trunks and safes, searched cellars, opened graves for hoarded gold, and yelled, "You dirty rebels, now we've got you." They filled their bellies up with wine and whiskey, and drunken, howling through Columbia's streets. They carried vases, goblets, silver, gold, and rolled about with pockets full of loot. And then at last they stuck the torch to us, and made a bonfire of our city. Cordelia had a lover who was killed at Antietam, fighting not for niggers, but fighting back the fools who had been crazed by preachers, poets, garrisons, and Whittiers, who thought they worked for freedom, but instead worked for New England's tariff. Look at me. How could the trust destroy me if the tariff put no bricks in the bully's boxing gloves? Well then, Cordelia lost her lover, and when the troops came, was a novitiate. None at the convent, and the soldiers came to say the convent would be spared, but when the flames arose, she ran into the city to be beside her father and her mother. And she arrived just as the soldiers entered the house for loot. Her mother was in bed, half dead from fright, not well at best. The soldiers broke the bedroom door and howled for treasure. When the mother said there was no treasure, then they took her and flung her from the bed, ripped up the mattress, raked pictures from the walls, and smashed the mirrors, tore closets open, then went to the cellar, leaving the mother lying on the floor, who lay as dead. They drank what wine they found, then seized the father, hung him to a tree, to make him tell where he kept money hidden. The mother died in 2 days from the fright. The father was not killed, they took him down and went their way carousing, yelling out, "You dirty rebels, now we've got you fair." Cordelia thought no doubt that both were dead. A passerby beheld her on the lawn, her hair let down and plucking at her dress. But who could stop to help her in that hell of a city burning, and the howls and shouts and falling walls? Cordelia disappeared, and from that night was never seen or heard of to his death. Her father thought she met a terrible fate, was raped and slaughtered. So you see, all of this put together tells the story of this poor creature whom you called Old Pirrie. But let me add, Cordelia had a horse. She called Old Pirrie. That fits in my proof. That's why she named herself Old Pirrie here, and gave your boys and girls a mocking name to hail her with as she went up your alleys. with which to wrap the windows of her room, where bottles, cans, waste rags, and copper things, old hoops of iron, staves, old boots and shoes, springs, wheels of clocks, and locks of broken guns, old boards and boxes, stacks of paper waste, stuffed up the place and were unknown to all. Paper and silver money hid in cracks, between the leaves of fouled and rain-soaked books, or packed in jars were kept by her, you see. Her mind was turned to treasure, hiding it against the soldiers maybe in this land, where Lincoln was a laborer, farmer, kept a store at Salem. Well, I say, God rest her soul, as she was used to say. I want to raise a stone to mark her grave, and carve her name below a broken heart. For listen now, the ring Cordelia wore was just a little band of gold and set with a cornelian heart. Am I not right? I knew I was the typical American. He calls himself an American citizen. And yet, among such various breeds of men, I'll call him typical at any rate. His faults or virtues one may predicate somewhat as follows: he is sent to school, little or much, where he imbibes the rule of safety first and comfort in his youth. He joins the church and ends the quest of truth beyond the pages of theology. He does not turn, he does not seem to see how hunger makes these occidental creeds sweet foliage on which the stomach feeds, like those thick tussock moths upon the bole of a great beech tree, feed the human soul, and it will use the food for gold and power. So men have used Christ Jesus' tender flower and garnered it for porridge, opiates, and made it flesh of customs, laws, and states, where life repeats itself after a plan and breeds the typical American as he regards himself. Our man matures and enters business following the lures of great increase in business, more receipts. Upon this object center all his wits, and greater crops make needful larger barns. Vainly the parable of Jesus warns. His soul is now required, is taken away from living waters in a little day. Thrift, labor dooms him, leaves him banqueting. Where nothing nourishes, they are the sting which deadens him and casts him down at last. Fly blown or numb or lifeless in this vast surrounding air of vital power, where God, like the great sun, invites the wayside clod to live at full. In time our hero weds a woman like himself, and little heads soon run about a house or pleasant yard. He must work now to keep them have regard to the community, its thoughts and ways. What church is here, he finds it best to praise. Its pastor and its flock his children send to Sunday school, if never he attend. Its services, what politics obtain. He must support the tussock leaf campaigns. If he would aid himself, 'tis best to join the party which controls the greater coin. And so, what is his party's interest? In business, there must his soul invest its treasure till the two are wholly one. Like the poor prostitute, he is undone. In virtue not alone, but he has made himself a cogwheel in the filthy trade of justice courts, police and graft in wine, bondsmen and lawyers with a strength malign, moving the silken vestured marionette, to laugh, entice, and play the sad coquette. Yet if for bread you are compelled to ask, the giver may impose an evil task. Or terms of life, would you retain a roof? Mix with the crowd, nor dare to stand aloof. Our hero sees this, wears a hopeful smile, to cover up his spattered soul, and while digesting wounded truth, hiding his thought, his own opinions, for his soul is caught amid the idiot hands that strike and press. One may glide through who learns to say yes, yes, while in heartsickness whispering to himself, I do this for the children and for pelf, to keep the house and yard, the cupboard full. Sometime I hope to free myself and pull my legs out of this social muck and mire. First money is, then freedom his desire. But often neither comes, if he win wealth. He has become lead poisoned, for by stealth, the virus of the colors which he used to paint his life is spread and interfused in every vein by ways complacent. Our hero has got gold from ignorant, vulgarian nondescripts, has entertained the odorous cormorants and has profaned his household gods to keep them safe and whole. Upon the altar winning, what a gold! For maintime in this living he has schooled his children in the precepts which have ruled his days from the beginning. They are bred his outlook to repeat and even to tread the way he went amid the tangled wood, in their own time and chosen neighborhood. What has our hero done? Why, nothing more than feed upon the beech leaves, gather store for children moths to feed on and get strength to climb the branches and on leaves at length to feed of their own will. Is this a man? Is this your typical American? Come, Republic. Come, United States of America. And you 100 million souls, O Republic. Throw out your chests, lift up your heads, and walk with a soldier's stride. Quit burning up for money alone. Quit slouching and dawdling, and dreaming and moralizing. Quit idling about the streets like the boy in the village who pines for the city. Root out the sinister secret societies and the clans that stick together for office, and the good men who care nothing for liberty, but would run you, O Republic, as a household is run. It is time, Republic, to get some class. It is time to harden your muscles and to clear your eyes in the cold water of reality and to tighten your nerves. It is time to think what nature means and to consult nature when your soul, as you call it, calls to you to follow principle. It is time to snuff out the A500 bloods. It is time to lift yourself, O Republic, from the street corners of Spoon River. Do you wish to survive and to count in the years to come? Then do what the plowboys did in '61, who left the fields for the camp and tightened their nerves and hardened their arms till the day they left the camp for the fields. The bravest, readiest, clearest-eyed, straight-walking men in the world, and symbolical of a republic that is worthy the name. If you, Republic, had kept the faith of a culture all your own, and a spiritual independence, and a freedom large and new, if you had not set up a federal judge in China, and scrambled for place in the Orient, and stolen the Philippine Islands, and mixed in the business of Europe, 3,000 miles of water east, and 7,000 west, had kept your hands untainted, free, for a culture all your own. But while you were fumbling and while you were dreaming, as the boy in the village dreams of the city, you were doing something worse. You were imitating. You came to the city and aped the swells, and tried to enter their set. You strained your fate to their fate, and borrowed the mood to live their life. And here you are in the game, Republic, but not prepared to play. But you did it. And the water east and water west are no longer your safeguard. They are now your danger and difficulty. And you must live the life you started to imitate, in spite of these perilous waters. For they keep you now from being neutral. For you are not neutral, Republic. You only pretend to be. You are not free, independent, brave. You are shackled, cowardly. For what could happen to you overnight? In the Orient, if you stood with your shoulders up and were neutral, suppose you do it, Republic. Get some class. Throw out your chest, lift up your head. Be a ruler in the world, and not a hermit in regimentals with a flintlock. Colossus with 1 foot in Europe, and 1 in China. Quit looking between your legs for the reappearance of the Star of Bethlehem. Stand up and be a man. Past and present. Past midnight, vastly overhead. A wash of stars, the towns asleep. And through the pine trees of the dead, the rising winds of morning creep. Dim mid the hillside's shadow grass, I count the marble slabs, how vain my throbbing life that waits to pass into the great world on the train. The city's vision fades from mind. I only see the hill and sky, and on the mist that rides the wind, a tottering pageant meets my eye. The cock crows faintly far away. A troop of age and grief appears. Ye shadows of a distant day, what do ye, pioneers? There shines the engine's comet light. Ye shadows of a century set, haste to the hillside and the night. I am not of you yet. Robert G. Ingersoll. To the lovers of liberty everywhere, but chiefly to the youth of America, who did not know Robert G. Ingersoll. Remember that he helped to make you free. He was a leader in a war of guns for freedom, but a general in the war of ideas for freedom. He braved the misunderstanding of friends. He faced the enmity of the powerful small of soul, and the insidious power of the churches. He put aside worldly honors and the sovereignty of place. He stripped off the armor of institutional friendships to dedicate his soul to the terrible deities of truth and beauty. And he went down into age and into the shadow, with love of men for a staff, and the light of his soul for a light. And with these alone, O you martyrs, trading martyrdom for heaven, and self-denial for eternal riches, how does your work and your death compare with a man's for whom the wheel of the race and the cause of humanity here and now were enough to give life meaning and death as well? I have not seen such faith in Israel. At Havana, I met a fisherman at Havana once. Havana on the Illinois, I mean. There by the house and fish boats he was burned, the color of an acorn, and his hair was coarse as a horse's tail. His scraggy hands looked like thick bands of weather-colored copper, but his eyes were blue as faded gingham is. I stood amid the smell of scales and heads, and fishes' entrails dumped along the sand. The still air was a burning glass which focused a bonfire sun right through my leghorn hat, and a black fly from crannies of the air lit on my hand and bit it venomously. Across the yellow river lay the bottoms, where giant sycamores and elms o'ertopped a jungle of disgusting weeds. The breeze, hot as a tropic breath, exhaled the reek of baking mud and of those noisome weeds, wherewith the odors of putrescent fish mixed on the simmering sands. A naturalist must seek the habitat of the life he studies. There on a platform lay the dressed fish, carp, black bass and pike and pickerel, buffalo, catfish, which I had come to see and talk with fishermen along the Illinois. My man held up a fish and said to me, "Here is the bastard who drives all the fish out of the river, out of any water. He comes in, and he comes wherever food can be obtained, the black bass, even catfish, and all the good stocks run away from him. He is so hoggish, plaguey, and so mean. The other fish may try to live with him. I am thinking sometimes, anyway I know. He drives the others out. I look to see what fish is so unfriendly to his fellows. Just look at him," he said, but as he spoke, the black fly stung my hand again. When I looked up from swatting him, the man had thrown the fish upon the sand, and a stray dog was running off with him along the river. The mourners' bench, they're holding a revival at New Hope Meeting House. I can't keep from going. I ought to stay away, for I come home and toss in bed till day, for thinking of my sin and the trouble I am in. I dream I hear the dancers in the steps and swings, the quadrilles and the lancers. They danced at Revis Springs. I lie and think of Charlie, 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 the Bobtown dandy, who had his way with me, and no one is so handy a dancer as Charlie, to little drops of brandy, or the wind that shakes the barley, or good mornin', Uncle Johnny, I've fetched your wagon home, and Greenberry, a Turberry, who towed it like a pigeon, has gone and got religion. He's deserted the dancers, the fiddlers, merrymakers, and I should do it too. For Charlie, Charlie has left me for to roam. But a woman at the mourner's bench must tell her story true. What shall I do? What shall I do? My grandmother told me of old Peter Cartwright, who preached hellfire and the worm that never dies. And here's a young preacher at the New Hope meeting house. And everyone allows he has old Peter's brows and flaming of the eyes. And the very same way they say, last night he stuck his finger right down in my direction and said, God doesn't care for your woman's hair. Jesus wants to know if your soul is fair as your woman's complexion. And then I thought he knew. Oh, what shall I do? Greenberry Atterbury, weeping and unsteady, had left his seat already. He stood at the mourner's bench in great tribulation and told the congregation that fiddling and dancing and tobacco chewing led up to whiskey and to woman's ruin. And I thought he looked at me. Well, you can stop dancing and you can stop drinking. And you can leave the quarter horses at the crooked races. But a woman, the people will be thinking forever of a woman who confesses her behavior. And then I couldn't look in the people's faces, all weeping and singing, O gentle Savior. Then the devil said, you wench, you'd cut a pretty figure at the mourner's bench. Go out and look for Charlie. He's down at Lisa's grove. He has found a fresh love. Go win him back again. He is dancing on the platform to the speckled hen. O Savior, Savior, how can I join the mourners? Face all the scorners. But how can I hunt Charlie at Lisa's grove? How can I stand the staring, the whispering of things down at Revis Springs? How can I stand the mocking of the fiddle strings? Charlie, Charlie. So it's knowing what's best to do. Savior, Savior. It's knowing what's best to do. The bay window. She sat at a bay window where she saw first open carriages and buggies pass, and then Victorias with horses docked, and bits and buckles, chains of shining brass, and then the horseless carriage till at last the swallow gleam of varnished limousines, silent as shadows took her lifted eye. Uplifted from a book, she always sat in her bay window with a book, and with a tinted fan in summertime. But first she was a bride, before the war, springing from honest blood, her place passed over lightly as her grandeur grew. She was of seed too vital to decay, wholly in any soil, the sort that grows and blooms where never gardener comes. And this bay window, an aging man of gold, had plucked her up, and here she rests and breathes the free air of Chicago's reclamation. And then she is a wonder bride for her brown hair and gray-blue eyes and laughter, sunny wit, and naturally patrician ways and speech, acquiring French now that the chance has come. And she is 18 and is born to rule. And her great merchant husband with blue eyes and strong beaked English nose walks straighter for a pride that she is his, gives her a country place spaced out in walks and flower beds where now such flimsy flats confront Grand Boulevard. And for a city house he builds a house 3 stories high at 20th Street, where then the manifest was sand and oaks, and what is now the Loop was just as far as Hyde Park from the Loop is now. In this bay window, then she sits a bride, and sees the scrub oak cut and mansions fill. Gradually, year by year, the waste of sand. For fashion follows her and builds beside her, till Prairie Avenue becomes the street of millionaires who hear from traveled wives what London is, what Paris is, and open purses to unfolding tastes for canvases and sculpture. For every one grows rich now in Chicago. And in the 70s, women go to Paris. Herself among the first, at least the chief. See Egypt and see Rome. And when returned, drive down where wondering eyes, along the marble terrace promenading, where Michigan Avenue was bounded by the lake across the street. Behold the striped silk of their parasols, fluttering over plumes and dancing eyes, and purple velvet of Victoria's. For now it is the classic age. There is the driving park. There is the Palmer House. There are cathedrals too. There are the lofty ceilings, walnut-trimmed, and foliate chandeliers of polished brass, and marble-slabbed buffets with heavy cupids, and clustered fruits carved in their somber wood, and square pianos with their rosewood legs, swelled out with oval figures like great plums, and paintings deeply daubed in brown asphaltum, where chiaroscuro ends were lost in shadows, not lost in light, depressionistic things, from which her lambent intuition led her. She was among the first to catch the psychic waves that sweep around this little world and change all things. She traveled much and lived in Europe much, returning to her window where she watched the city pass and bow its admiration, the half of whom she knew as time went on, though all knew her and said, "There is the queen," or "There she is who thinks she is the queen." And when the opera came, she was the queen, at least a queen whose sovereignty withstood encroaching claims to ripen into rights. But then, if all were lost, where not a million people lived as yet, and where, oh well, packers and others threw their heavier gold in what was once a scale of primogeniture. Rome stood, and London stood, and Paris. Have your own way at home, the mood began. I am off here where you can scarcely come. The next place is the best, a far-off place, has teasing witcheries to those at home. Her husband now was dead some years, the children grown up or off to school, a daughter married to an Italian count, kept state in Florence, where Browning came, with whom our queen would fence in spiritual dialectics in her travels. She had known Ibsen, Patti, and George Eliot, sat as a dinner guest by Beaconsfield, and taken tea upon Hawarden's lawn. And so in escritoires and cabinets, she kept mementos of her days abroad, like letters from George Eliot, Ferishta's fancies inscribed by Robert. And in the course of time, this three-floored house was filled with treasures, tapestries, Etruscan things, and faience peacock blue, and oriental jade with letters of gold. And there she reigned, but lived alone. The house kept by French maids and impeccable butlers. And so the years went, and she saw at last the city start to slip away from her. and make her royal isolation, an ignorant solitude. Yet she was beautiful at 40 years. Some years a widow then, and very rich. She was most fresh and matronly at 50. At 55 and 60 she could charm a man of any age, and mastermen paid suit to her and gained the stimulating richness of her mind. Some said they did not want her, others said her wisdom and self-mastery froze their hearts. But when she spoke, she said she could not change the name she loved or change her place in life. To forced forgetfulness of that English face, who lifted up her life from some obscurity and made it flower. At any rate, she lived for 40 years, with only maids and butlers in a house, round which the warring city crept, until at last the street with lowered pulse saw vacant mansions as the mob psychology, which sways in fashion, brought an exodus. But she knew no temptation to depart. This was her house, her center of the world. And when the countess left the count, she came to ease her mother's loneliness. Oh, yes. 6 months of loneliness was quite enough. And then, in spite of everything, she left, returned to Florence and her rascal count, because she could not stand the loneliness, and saw ahead long years of loneliness. In some bay window it could not be. And so she left her mother sitting there, now 68 or so, who watched the city pass, all now the swallow gleam of limousines, and all around her now the boarding house, or institutes for drunkards, hideous blocks of offices and warehouses, and all her neighbors lying up in Rose Hill. Perhaps a few remaining who remembered. All that she was could only say to those who had heard of her as she was in the 80s and in the 90s. She was a great woman, I can scarce explain. It was this way. Chicago then was young. Chicago in 10 years is changed all through. You see, it was this way, but then you see this great 2 million thing has slipped away from all our hands. And then, perhaps, a limousine would pass with reckless pridelings, coming from tea or dancing at the Blackstone, and find their laughter shortened by her face. At this bay window, would say, "Who's that old woman at the window? She always has a book or has a fan." Man of our street. This man's life had 4 stages, as I hear. The first stage took him through the days of school, and fastened on his name a prophecy that he would win success. The second stage took him to 30 years while he was fumbling the strings to find the key and play in key. The third stage marked discouragement, departure, to speculations and to reconcilement, that he was born no lawyer, and the fourth was one of quietude and trivial days. I knew him in this fourth stage as a man emerging from a house across the street on Sunday mornings in silk hat, long coat, and bamboo cane. When summer came he donned a flannel suit of gray, a Panama, and gloves of tan. When winter came he wore a double-breasted coat with lamb's fur collar. He had no friends, so far as one could see. No membership in clubs was never seen. Where men meet, or society is gathered. Sometimes he stopped to tell a passerby, "The day is fine, it's very fine, you're right." In voice complacent, the neighbors knew. He lived upon a little purse he made, in compromise of some preposterous wrong. And people wondered how the purse was lasting, and wondered how much longer he could loaf, how many seasons more he could appear so seasonably attired and walk the streets in such validity, with such vacuous light, grown steady in his eyes. I love to watch the chickens in a barnyard, nothing else is quite so near the human brood, you'll see. Invariably, a rooster stalk about, in aimless fashion, moving here and there, picking at times with dull inappetence at grains or grit, or standing for a time in listless reverie. I never saw a man with such resemblance to this rooster as this man was. At last we had not seen our man upon the street for several days, and someone said he had been very 99. His wife had fears and wept and said 'twas hard, just on the eve of great success, to die. He had thought out a plan, she said, to win great trade in South America for us. Our State Department thought it excellent. And then one day 4 doctors passed his door for consultation, and the word went round. Our man rebelled most piteously and said he could not die until he had worked out his dream of South America. He knew his danger, had the doctors called to check the inroads of the peril, though the purse was growing slim, as we discovered later. One noontime, as I came along the street, where 20 children laughed and followed me, half playing at their game, half following my banterings and idle talk, and asking about the bundle underneath my arm. "It's nothing but a chicken, go away," I said to them. And there across the street was crepe upon the door. A man was dead, and I was carrying chicken home to boil. Achilles Detheridge. Your name is Achilles Detheridge. How old are you, my boys? I am 16 past, and I went to the war. From Athens, Illinois. Achilles Detheridge, you have done a deed of dreadful note. It comes of his wearing a battered hat and a rusty, wrinkled coat. Why didn't you know how plain he is? And didn't you ever hear? He goes through the lines by day or night, like a sooty cannoneer. You must have been half dead for sleep, for the dawn was growing bright. Well, Captain, I had stood right there since 6 o'clock last night. I cocked my gun at the swish of the grass. And how am I at fault when a dangerous-looking man won't stop? When a sentry hollers halt? I cried out halt, and he only smiled and waved his hand like that. Why, any Johnny could wear the coat, and any fellow the hat. I hollered halt again, and he stopped and lighted a fresh cigar. I never noticed his shoulder badge, and I never noticed a star. So you arrested him. Well, Achilles, when you hear the swish of the grass, if it's General Grant inspecting the lines, hereafter let him pass. Slip shoe lovey. Ure the cook's understudy. A gentle, idiot body. You are slender like a broom, weaving up and down the room, with your dirt hair in a twist, and your left eye in a mist. Never thinkin', never hoppin', with your wet mouth open, so bewildered and so busy, as you scrape the dirty kettles. Oh, slip shoe Lizzie, as you rattle with the pans. There's a clatter of old metals. Oh, slip shoe Lovey, as you clean the milk cans. You're a greasy little dovey, a laughing scullery daughter, as you slop the dish water, so abstracted and so dizzy. Oh, slip shoe Lizzie, so mussy little hussy, with the china that you break, and the kitchen in a smear, when the bread is yet to bake, and the market things are here. Oh, slip shoe Lovey, you are hurrying and scurrying, from the sink to the oven, so forgetful and so sloven. You are bustling and hustling, from the pantry to the door, with your shoe strings on the floor, and your apron strings a draggin', and your spattered skirt a saggin'. You're an angel idiot Lovey. One forgives you all this clatter, washing dishes, beating batter. But there is another matter. As you dream above the sink, you're in love pitter-patter, with the butcher boy, I think. And hell get you, he has got you, if he hasn't got you yet, for he means to make you his. Oh, slip shoe Liz, and your open mouth is wet to a little boyish chatter. You're an easy thing to flatter, with your hank of hair atwist, and your left eye in a mist. Oh, slip shoe Lovey, so hurried and so flurried, and just a little worried. You lean about the room, like a mop, like a broom. Oh, slip shoe Lovey, the archangels flopped on the floor, with such a silken richness of dark hair, descending breezily like blown water from her brow, and from the arched crown of her Raphael head, between the years of 25 and 30. Her face glows and is white, like the thin spirit of a candle light, and over her forehead passes swift waves of splendor which must be her thought, looking, it seems, as if a snowy curtain were rhythmically blown at dawn in a white room. In each of her eyes there is a blue-bright spark. One time I saw 2 stars, held in an inch of water when the evening was pale from dying day, and under this thin water lay dead leaves, the drift of late October, gray leaves beneath clear water by an edge, where spring's first flower, the azure pickerel weed, bent over, contemplated those 2 stars. These were the sparks in her unruffled eyes, flopped on the floor, with little hands clasped round her girlish knees. Such musical thought sings through her cherub lips. Raptures for beauty, raptures for truth, raptures for freedom and a world that is free, while around her flames the fire of a durable hope, till at last I sit in wonder at the miracle of such spirit, and the miracle of the youths about her, listening with bright eyes in the fellowship of delight, who prompt, suggest, applaud, are passionate, for the right word, the soaring thought to beat, at heaven's gate in a last burst of song. And here am I, a part of this psychic circle, bound with soft loops of gold in a charmed band, of a brood of youthful archangels fiery and strong, then thrilled with love of a land that can grow such souls. I turn and ask them questions. How old are you? Who were your father and mother? What chance have you had in life? What books have you read? And where have you bred these dreams? But why do you laugh? For there must be soil or blood. Or both, for there must be the souls of free men, and the loins of free men, to make archangels, you know, and pour them into the city to think and plan for a greater republic to come. And though it matters nothing that villages in Iowa, Indiana, Illinois, in the great far west, in New England gave us you, or you, or you, or youth, I somehow thrill at the contrast, or thrill with the thought of such great richness and vastness in the land, flowering such souls all fresh and keen, and eager to make the republic wholly free. May she deserve your love. Song of chain, deep thought that comes through stainless skies, pure moods that arch the fancy's birth, sweet sorrow clear in youthful eyes, soft laughter speaking maiden mirth. Such gifts were thine, ere time o'ercast the sunshine of thy tender heart. And now that joy itself is past, yet patience still will do its part. Sad stars from which the sun has drawn the light of life no longer bright, life of our lives that with the dawn, past though remembered from our sight, from noonday stepped the chilling shade that struck the quivering aspens still. Thou hopeful one, thou unafraid, smiled but the shadow had his will. Souls of our youth which tire and sleep, and wake to find the hour is sped. Thou scorn which mocks us if we weep, thou hope which says, be comforted, thou vision dulled whose tutored eye sees but in vain the poplar tree, as once upblown against the sky, when we were fain, when we were free. Memorabilia, old pioneers, how fair your souls today. They seem to be imminent about this pastoral way, this sunny lay. The elms and oaks you knew, greenly renew their leaves each spring. But never comes the hour again which drew your world from view. Here in a mood I lay, deep in the grass, between the graves, and saw ye rise, ye shadowy forms, and pass o'er the wind's waves, sunk eyes and bended head, wherefrom is fled the light of life, even as the land whose early youth is dead, whose glory fled, with 80 years gone over what remains, for tongue to tell. Hence was it that in silence, with no pains, at last 'twas well, under these trees to creep, for ultimate sleep, to soothe regret, for the world's ways, for war, let mankind reap. You said, and weep. Abram Rutledge died ere the great wars ruined the land. His well-loved son was struck on fields afar. by a brother's hand. Then brought they him, O pioneer on his bier, to the hill and the tree, back home and laid him, son of Trenton, here, your own grave near. Of all unuttered griefs, of vaguest woes, none equals this. Forgotten hands and work that no one knows, whose work it is. Good gifts bequeathed, but never earned or spurned, in hate or pride, and the boon of an age destroyed, ere a cycle turned. O'er you inurned, Abram Rutledge lies in a sunken grave, dust and no more. Let freedom fail, it is not to him who was brave, who stood to the fore. The oaks and elms he knew greenly renew their leaves each spring. But gone his dream with that last hour which drew his world from view to a spiracato. If through the microscope we peer and stare, you look like marcelled shreds of rope, or maiden hair, with eyeless hunger swift to grope out of your lair, to feed and to fulfill your fate. You dive and swim, forward and backward flagellate, amid the dim ichor of women where you mate. Delicate slim, why are you screw-shaped in a spiral? And why your form like a crooked hand upon a dial? You are the norms, for all hell sealed up in a vial, to break in storm. Your whips are sharper far than sickles, or cricket bristle, with finer points than roseleaf prickles, or drifting thistle. You feed yourself till the blood trickles through flesh and gristle, when a man knows he is your diet. A solemn thrill shows in great eyes and spirit quiet, for fears that kill. He is a maelstrom running riot at the center still. Well, Robert Burns, you saw a louse on a lady crawling, but one can keep to his own house without forestalling. This demon on his death carouse, breeding and sprawling. But Robert Burns, this does not tempt our pride or tease us. It is not heaven's message sent. That virtue frees us. It shows us hard or penitent, as nature sees us. Cato Braddon. I went to Winston Prairie to attend the funeral of Cato Braddon. He had died at 51, and I had known him since he was 24, but for 15 years or more I had not seen him, nor exchanged with him more than a telegraphic note about some trivial thing. Indeed, I had not been in Winston Prairie during these 15 years. But on the train I thought of Cato Braddon, brought back all the days through which I knew him from the very first, when he returned to Winston Prairie from DePaul, or was it Valparaiso? Yet 'twas called a university, I remember. And when I knew him first, he kept at hand the Senectute, also Anthon's Homer, and lexicons in Latin and in Greek, both unabridged. Sometimes he let me read the orations he had won the prizes with, and sometimes he would tell me what it meant to study at a university, and what they did and what the boys were like. This Cato Braddon was a happy soul. At 24, of a full noble brow, a gentle smiling mouth, an honest eye, a tall and handsome figure altogether, a man conspicuous for form, a bearing, of grace and courtliness, engaging ways. He might be called most lovable, he had the gift of friendship, was not envious, could scarcely be enraged, was not offended by little things, and often not by great. He had, in short, a nature fit to work. With great capacity had he combined an intellect but half his nature's worth. He might have won the race, but many thought he promised much, his father most of all, because he had these virtues, and in truth, before his leaves unfolded with the spring, his mind seemed apt, perhaps seemed measured full of quality. The prizes he had won at Valparaiso pointed to the fruit he would produce at last. So, on the train, I thought of Cato Braddon, then I thought of when he came from school with his degree, and for that summer when he walked the square, was whispered of as Cato Braddon look. The first thing Winston Prairie knew it saw his name conjoined with that of Jerry Arts. It was Art and Braddon, editors and owners. The Winston Prairie Eagle, Jerry Art, was 69 and wheezy from the fight for Jefferson democracy, free trade. Besides the capital that Cato Braddon brought through his father to the enterprise, meant bitter war on enemies of truth. And Cato Braddon's father had some wealth, made from the making of a vermifuge, and a preposterous compound which he called pessodern, and I have always thought that Cato Braddon's father garrisoned his factory for making patent nostrums by buying for his son this interest and place of power in journalism, for the father's strong devotion to the church did not protect him against the casual sneers of Winston Prairie's paper called The Lance, which used to print such things as this, to instance: "There's Braddon's vermifuge. Well, Dr. Braddon, try your own vermifuge, let's see it work." Well, anyway, I know that Cato Braddon's intended to pursue a legal course and practice the profession in a city. I know his father bought for him this place, with Jerry Art as editor of the Eagle. I know he went to work, I know he changed the paper's motto from hue to the line to Principia non homines. I know he used to sing over the garden wall while writing editorials, and smoked a number of cheroots. I know he had a locked drawer where he kept a secret bottle from which he'd take a drink at noon or night. I know he was on terms of friendship with the milliner and dressmaker in a month after he came from Valparaiso. Yes, I know he advocated a gymnasium and dancing hall for Winston Prairie, and he opened up a fight to get a park where concerts might be given. Cato Braddon had these ideas, at least, about this park. A word remains to say. Fernando Winston, who founded Winston Prairie and surveyed the original town, laid out a square along the river for a pleasure ground. In time, some 50 years or more, it was forgotten. And when this Cato Braden came to town and started as a journalist. 'Twas used in part by Winston Prairie's creamery. In part 'twas used for gardening by the pastor of Winston Prairie's strongest church, but Cato had searched the records, found them straight, began to agitate the park, and it was this, together with Principia non homines, free trade, the dressmaker and milliner, perhaps the bottle in the drawer, whose secret leaked out at once, that clove the people of the town into two groups of friends and foes. He had but just begun his editorship when I left Winston Prairie. After that, knew little of it, saw him but at times, long separated, saw him not at all, for 15 years before his death, and now, because I was his friend, was on the train, his funeral to attend. I drove to Oakland with Dr. Green and William Smoot the grocer. 'Twas hot without a breeze, the town was still. The church bell tolled until we reached the grave. It was the church whose pastor used the square for gardening, and on the way I asked why Cato Braden died at 51. Why whiskey, answered William Smoot, the grocer, and women, for he had bad luck, they say. How is that, Doc, you know? And Dr. Green, after a silence, said, it isn't true. He was as sound, so far as that's concerned, as any of us. Then I asked again, why Cato Braden died at 51. And Dr. Green said, laughing, well, you know, they die at 31 and 41 and 61 of what killed Cato Braden. That's Bright's disease. And whiskey brings that on, I ventured to assert. Sometimes, replied the man of medicine, but other things produce it. There's a man's diathesis. There's worry, overwork, sometimes disease, suffered in childhood, leaving an effect. Like soil, all fertilized for such seed as this. He should have drunk no whiskey, yet he drank not half so much as Winston Prairie thought. But you can see, if whiskey caused this thing, all whiskey drinkers would be sure to have it, or die of it, if not killed by a train. We left the carriage, having reached the place where Cato Braden's grave was dug, and stood together in a company of 50, and heard the pastor pray for heaven's lessons from Cato Braden's life, and after that we separated, made the horses trot to reach our different destinations. I looked up Will Boyden for a little talk before my train left for the city. Will was in his office with his sleeves rolled up, cobpipe in mouth, typing a legal paper. A narratio in slander, so he said. He smiled from ear to ear and dropped his work. You're here for Cato's funeral, he said, and added, it's a shame he had to die. Damned if it isn't. Then I asked again, why Cato Braden died at 51. And Will said, Winston Prairie, Illinois, killed Cato Braden. Tell me what you mean. Then Will refreshed his pipe and talked to me. I am 52 and good for 20 years. I have no stronger frame than Cato Braden. But then I got a formula for life. As time went on, and it was one that suited my nature, and I thrived, as you can see. I have the power to draw the nutriment out of this soil, and I get strength thereby, wherewith to overcome the things that kill. I work, but then I play, I hunt and fish. I read and sometimes take a little trip. I don't drink whiskey, not because I fear it, but I hate putting in myself such fire. Beer and light wines are pleasant, more like food than stimulants. Well, Cato Braddon started when over the garden wall was all the rage. All coons look alike to me was my keynote for starting, you know what I mean. Between my day and his, there's just the difference that lies between waltz time and syncopation, between the magic lantern and the movie, the rattan phaeton and Ford machine. These new things came along before he died, but he had made his life for the old things, could not adjust himself the senectute, and Valparaiso had not taught him how to reach out in the world from Winston Prairie and get the new things for his life. But if they taught him how, he lost the secret here. For after all, a place like Winston Prairie will kill your spirit just as surely as the island where they cooped up great Napoleon. In the first place, what is a man to do with life in any place? That is the problem. And what could Cato Braddon do with life in Winston Prairie? First, he was as fitted to be a journalist as I, and if endowed to be a journalist, just think of editing the Eagle. But you see, his father was at war then with the Lance over that vermifuge and Pesodon, and under guise of starting him in life, bought Cato in the paper for the selfish purpose of defending vermifuge. And Cato did it too, and put away from year to year his dream of studying the law and practicing in a city, during which time the poisons of this town crept in his blood and stupefied and killed him. He married Mary Comfort, as you know, and Mary Iswell, what I call a broodmare, although they had no children. What I mean, she is a well-fleshed woman, sound of nerve, a helpmeet, but she made a loyal wife, who had 2 eyes to see what Cato saw, and never an eye to help him see the things that lay around him, which he stumbled over. And marriage, to my mind, means this to man. He drains his body out to be a father, and drains his spirit out to be a husband, unless the woman helps him see or feel more than he sees or feels for self. Well then, the years went on, and every day at 8, he could be seen toward his office bent. At 10:30, just as the morning train was whistling for the crossing, he would go to get the mail. Returning, he would walk along Main Street, slapping the folded news against his leg. He scanned it in his office. At 12 o'clock, he went to dinner. Then, as whiskey made him eat, he overate and took a nap till 2 o'clock. At 3, one might discover him at solitaire. He had clipped from the morning paper quite enough to keep the boys in copy. Then at 4, he might be sitting at the livery stable, or sometimes might be found in that back room of Little's restaurant, where a keg of beer shipped in was being tapped. At night, perhaps, he might be seen down there on Locust Street, waiting to enter where the milliner lived. So passed his life away from 24 to 51. It's simple enough to ask, why not write for the Eagle, make it better? Give ideas to the people, help the town. Refresh the mind, read, study history. The senectute, fancy Teddy Roosevelt, who's labored for this land with restless gifts. Tied down in Winston Prairiewell, you can't. He'd break the ties, and that's the point, you see. For Cato couldn't break them, had to stay. Incapable to extract the good that's here. Susceptible to all the bad that's here. He was a nose, half active, who enters in a room where gas escapes. Sits in the room unconscious of the gas. Till he grows sluggish, lies him down to rest. And dies unknowing, so I say it's true. That Winston Prairie ruined Cato Braddon. And killed him in the end. You must go see. Before you leave, our park called Willard Park. Named after Emma Willard, that devout old woman, dead these 15 years or so. She left enough to build a granite coping. Set out some trees and buy park seats a stone. Whereon to carve the words, the gracious gift of Emma Willard, well this Cato Braddon. First talked this park, was first to tell the truth about this plot of ground, and more than that. When Cato Braddon came here, he had dreams. He wrote at first that boxing, wrestling, racing would help this town, that games were needed here. That Americans seemed ignorant of the art of being gay, feeling light-hearted, wise to play, that they were wise to work and pray. Fear happiness, and Cato Braddon said, the little town was cursed by just these things, and many human souls destroyed by them. These were not thoughts of his, he found them somewhere. But knew them when he found them, that's his credit. What though he was a drunk man whom you ask what road to take, who points and gurgles guttural sounds inarticulate, or better still, what though he was a sick man who in vain attempts to make his household orders clear? For it was true that Cato Braddon spoke about these things at first, then gave them up. For no one seemed responsive to his plans. And some there were who sneered, and others said, he'd better help the church and leave alone the questions which make bitterness and strife. Which was their way of speaking of the square, which Cato tried to make into a park. They say a lung will turn to stone or steel when men work in the filings and the dust. At last the dust of Winston Prairie turned his soul to dust. You see, old Jerry Art had left a son his interest in the Eagle, and Cato Braddon died right at his table. While playing solitaire, this son came in and found him dead, a card clutched in his hand. The card was, strange enough, the deuce of clubs. This son was glad that Cato Braddon died. For now he runs the Eagle by himself. This Cato Braddon had 3 strains of thought. I never met him lately, but he talked. Some one of them, at times all 3 of them. One was the American town must be improved. So better to conserve the souls and bodies of boys and girls, and even when the movie and other things of this day came along, he still maintained they did not meet the case. He never said what thing was requisite. but in a general way, I think he meant a stronger and more truthful and more natural outlook and attitude would save a town from dust and mold and death. For once he said, "This winter I shall read Grote's history." He never read it, but I think he meant he would find out the secret of the Greeks. And then he'd say the young, the middle-aged, the old made separate spheres of failing thought, and that a town should not be ruled by one, should not be governed as all folks were old, or young or middle-aged, but each should have the town for his according to his age, and thought and vital power within his sphere and period of life. These separate spheres should move untroubled by the others, move free, independent of the other spheres. I talked with Cato Braden for the last a week ago last night. He said to me, "I wake these mornings lately with the thought, another chance will come to me, that death will bring another chance." And then he said, "This is the way of it when you are young. You say in 5 years, I shall take a trip. See New York City, go abroad perhaps. When 5 years pass, you do not take the trip. Then you say in a year, I'll take the trip. And so it goes, while you say in a year, next year, until at last you say, no, never now. Well, now you'd think a man's would weep when he stands up against the wall and knows he cannot climb the wall, but no. Something still whispers, you will do it yet. And then you know it must be after death. In life again, the chance will come to you. For you know well it is not in this life." Then Cato Braden said, "Not in this life." Shall I read Grote? I could not understand it. After these years, in Winston Prairie still, I have a feeling I shall know about it. Somewhere, somehow. You'd better catch your train. It's good to see you, up there in the city. Think sometimes of the American village, and what may be done for conservation of the souls of men and women in the village. Winston Prairie. What made you buy those lots in Winston Prairie? If you had come to me, I could have told you about the circuit judge, the state's attorney, the county judge, the county clerk, the treasurer, the assessors and collectors who belong to what we call a courthouse ring, you know. They run the county, re-elect themselves, play with the local bosses, stand in league with sellers of cement and brick and lumber, and with the papers given the public printing, and with the sharks who buy in property for taxes sold, and with the intriguing thieves who make improvements, levy the assessments for sidewalk, sewers. So my friend, to me, good land, I answered, I inherited them. I did not buy these lots, but apropos of what you say, I've wondered what's the matter. I write and write for statements of my taxes, and cannot get them, then I take the train and travel through the heat to Winston Prairie. And I stand before a window asking for them. Your property was sold, I am informed. So I redeem and go out to the graveyard to look at Cato Braden's grave, and then catch the next train for home. A week or so elapses, and I get a letter home. Winston Prairie office of the controller. Your property was sold for special numbered. 2086 when you reply. Please mention sale 1019, damn these thieves. So I pay that, I see, your courthouse ring. The men horse sworn to enforce the law are those who break it and who use it to despoil you. Well, let me tell you. In this very June, I went to Winston Prairie on this errand. And after I had written several times to get a statement, I arrived at noon. And yet the courthouse offices were closed. The treasurers, the clerks, controllers, all. I met a janitor who said, all closed. Till 1:30, that meant I'd miss my train back to Chicago and would have to stay in Winston Prairie until 6 o'clock. I sat down in the hallway with a curse. But in a minute, there were hideous yells, shrieks, curses, as it were of women beaten, tortured or strangled, so I went to see, and found a door behind which I could hear intolerable tears, the scratching of weak hands against the door and wall. What is the matter? I hallooed through the door, oh, go to hell. A woman said, you know what is the matter? I don't, I said, I'll help you if I can. Then followed sobs and wails, and incoherent blubbering of words. At last I saw a finger stuck through the broken plaster by the door. And leaning down I said, look through at me. And then I stooped, and looking through the crack, saw a grey eye, which looked as it might be of Slavic birth, but who can read an eye? Shone singly through a crack, so while I talked to get the story of these girls in prison, for where they were was called the calaboose, built in the courthouse, some one back of me said they'll be quiet in due time, the cooler cools people off. I turned and saw a man who seemed to be a judge, and was a judge. As I discovered later, well, I said, I cannot bear to see a human being in such distress and terror. What's their ages? 116 and 117, said the judge. But they are bad ones, so I made the fine enough to hold them 30 days. I asked, what did they do? They were soliciting. The judge replied, and here in Winston Prairie, the law is law, and we enforce the law. We do not do as you do in Chicago. I felt my heart shut tight its valves and stop, and was about to say, you are a fool. You are what some would have America. You are an Illinoisan, damn your soul. You are a figure in the courthouse ring, whereof the tax shark is a figure too. But then I thought these girls might prove to be worthwhile some time, but even if they live street walkers all their lives, they stone no prophets, devour no widows' houses, do less harm than courthouse rings and judges in the rings. So this is what I said, may I inquire, what are your honors' hours for holding court? And he replied, court has adjourned till 2. I hold till 6 o'clock, we do not loaf, as judges in Chicago do. Good day. Well, then at 1:30 I paid my taxes, with interest, penalties, and all the costs. At 2 o'clock I stood before the bar, and to the judge addressed these words, Your Honor, I represent Miss Christine Lycantrit, Miss Garda Gerstenberg, who are in jail. Under your Honor's sentence, I have seen the state's attorney, who is satisfied to let them go, if all the costs are paid. I went to see him on a matter of taxes. And this came up. The state's attorney rose and said, Your Honor, they are very young. And though they have been caught before at this, and warned that Winston Prairie is no place for them to ply their trade, I am inclined to think they will not break our laws again. I thought I saw His Honor's eye light up, as if it caught a wireless, so he said, The court is satisfied. I paid the costs and took Christine and Garda to Chicago. But at the station, as I said goodbye, Christine flared up, You don't suppose that I will let you pay those costs? I am not cheap. I may be bad, but I am square, she said. And I have money in my room, come on. To 12th and Wabash and I'll pay you back. For me and Garda. No, I said, go on. Try to be good, but if you can't be good, be wise and do not go to Winston Prairie. I turned and disappeared among the crowds. Will Boyden lectures. The Sunday after Cato Braddon died, Will Boyden lectured in the Mason's Hall. Upon the theme, Was Jesus really great? At first, he pointed out that Jesus knew no history except that of the Jews. And if he'd heard of Athens, never spoke a word about it, never read a line of Homer, Sophocles, or Aristotle, or Plato, or of Virgil, never a word concerning Egypt's wisdom or of India's. And then he dropped this point with the remark that one could know one's people's history, and that alone, and still be great perhaps. But still, he thought it was unfortunate that Jesus gave the Hebrews such a lift, so that today they rule the Occident, where Athens should have ruled if only time had given her the right dramatic touch to catch the populace. He then declared that Jesus was a poet, but he said, What are his figures? Never a word of stars, and never a word of oceans, nor of mountains, save Olivet or Zion, so you see his limitations as to imagery. Then have you noted how his somber soul picked blasted fig trees, tears the leprous poor, and sepulchres and sewers, dirty cups, wherewith to make interpretations, yes. He spoke of lilies too, well so have one, and yet you people call me pessimist, because I've tried to rescue Winston Prairie, and have not shrunk from charging Winston Prairie with Cato Braddon's death, the difference between the man of Galilee and me is this: he wanted to fulfill the law of Moses and Isaiah, make Jerusalem, which was a Winston Prairie in a way, a Hebrew citadel to rule the world. And I, if I could have my way, would make of Winston Prairie Athens. Then he said, I have 4 thoughts today to touch upon. The first one is concerning Hogshew start. Well, look at Matthew chapter 8 and find how certain hogs had cast in them the devils of fierceness, blindness, lustfulness, and ran down in the sea to kill themselves for being made perfecter as hogs. Go get some hogs, and let me try my hand at exercising. The Sunday after Cato Braddon died, Will Boyden lectured in the Mason's Hall. Upon the theme, Was Jesus really great? At first, he pointed out that Jesus knew no history except that of the Jews. And if he'd heard of Athens, never spoke a word about it, never read a line of Homer, Sophocles, or Aristotle, or Plato, or of Virgil, never a word concerning Egypt's wisdom or of India's. And then he dropped this point with the remark that one could know one's people's history, and that alone, and still be great perhaps. But still, he thought it was unfortunate that Jesus gave the Hebrews such a lift, so that today they rule the Occident, where Athens should have ruled if only time had given her the right dramatic touch to catch the populace. He then declared that Jesus was a poet, but he said, what are his figures? Never a word of stars, and never a word of oceans, nor of mountains, save Olivet or Zion, so you see his limitations as to imagery. Then have you noted how his somber soul picked blasted fig trees, tears the leprous poor, and sepulchres and sewers, dirty cups, wherewith to make interpretations? Yes. He spoke of lilies too. Well, so have one, and yet you people call me pessimist, because I've tried to rescue Winston Prairie, and have not shrunk from charging Winston Prairie with Cato Braddon's death. The difference between the man of Galilee and me is this: he wanted to fulfill the law of Moses and Isaiah, make Jerusalem, which was a Winston Prairie in a way, a Hebrew citadel to rule the world. And I, if I could have my way, would make of Winston Prairie Athens. Then he said, I have 4 thoughts today to touch upon. The first one is concerning hogs. You start. Well, look at Matthew chapter 8 and find how certain hogs had cast in them the devils of fierceness, blindness, lustfulness, and ran down in the sea to kill themselves for being made perfecter as hogs. Go get some hogs, and let me try my hand at exorcising the Winston Prairie devils which destroyed poor Cato Braddon. My next thought is found in Matthew chapter 9, and it is this: when Jesus saw the multitude all fainting and scattered abroad as sheep without a shepherd, his soul was stirred. That is a way with genius, whether it be your Altgeld, Pericles, or yet your artist's soul like Heinrich Heine. But think of this: if you would lead and save the multitude, assuming that can be, shall you accomplish it by rules and laws applied externally, which is the way ecclesiastic powers pursue and find divine authority in Jesus for it? Or shall you teach the way of opening up the soul of man to sunlight, letting the power which is around us, in the which we live and move, and so give chance for growth to what is in us, for your shepherd drives? No, Jesus hit it better when he spoke of leaven than of shepherds. So if one find leaven and would give it, let there be a few to watch the final hour with him, when he would be delivered from the cup, but knows it cannot be, that to refuse the cup is to deny the inexorable law. So now I come to what is chiefest here. Destroy this temple and I will rebuild it in 3 days. Now you know what preachers say. This means the resurrection not at all. These were the greatest words that Jesus said. And here his genius seized its fullest power. Here was it that he hid Jerusalem under his hands as if it were a toy, and tossed the world up as it were a bowl. Why, what are temples, cities, cultures, ages? Of beauty, glory, but the work of genius. What earth and stone and flesh but plastic stuff, responsive to the touch of prophet hands. What Winston Prairie, what America, and all this turbulence of bobbing heads. In fields and markets, temples, halls across. This continent of sovereign states, but puppets, which may be changed in flesh, in deepest spirit, made more erect, heroic, godlike, wise, by genius hands, not revolutionists, nor shepherds, so destroy America. But not by picks and axes, let it be. As in the movies, where a lovelier face steals in and blots with brighter light a face, which must fade out to let the lovelier face complete the story. Now in a moment's silence, let's pray for Cotto Braddon. The Desplaines forest. The sun has sunk below the level plain, and yet above the forest's leafy gloom, the glory of the evening lightens still. Smooth as a mirror is the river's face, with heaven's light and all its radiant clouds, and shadows which against the river's shore already are as night from some retreat, obscure and lonely, evening's saddest bird whistles, and beyond the water comes the musical reply, and silence reigns, save for the noisy chorus of the frogs and undistinguished sounds of faint portent. That night has come. There is a rustic bridge which spans the stream from which we look below at heaven above, till reverie reclaims the mind from hurried thought and merges it into the universal mind which broods o'er such a scene. Strange quietude o'erspreads the restless flame of being, and the soul beholds its source and destiny, and feels not sorrowful to sink into the breast of that large life whereof it is a part. What are we, but the question is not solved here in the presence of intensest thought, where nature stills the clamor of the world and leaves us in communion with ourselves. Hence to the strivings of the cleared day. What take we that shall mitigate the pangs? That each soul is alone, and that all friends, gentle and wise and good, can never soothe the ache of that subconsciousness which is something unfathomed and unmedicined. Yet this it is which keeps us in the path of some ambition cherished or pursued. The still small voice that is not quieted by disregard, but ever speaks to us. Its mandates while we wake or sleep, and asks a closer harmony with that great scheme, which is the music of the universe. So as the cherubim of heaven defend the realms of the unknown with flaming swords, thence are we driven to the world which is ours to be known through art, who beckons us to excellence, and in her rarer moods cast shadowy glances of serener lands, where all the serious gods, removed from stress and interruption, build as we conceive, in fellowship that knows not that reserve which clouds the hearts of those who wish to live, as they, in that large realm of perfect mind, The garden. I do not like my garden, but I love the trees I planted and the flowers thereof. How does one choose his garden, oh, with eyes? O'er which a passion or illusion lies. Perhaps it wakens memories of a lawn you knew before somewhere, or you are drawn by an old urn, a little gate, a roof, which soars into a blue sky, clear, aloof. One buys a garden gladly, even the worst seems tolerable or beautiful at first. Their very faults give loving labor scope. One can correct, adorn, tease sweet to hope, for beauty to emerge out of your toil, to build the walks and fertilize the soil. Before I knew my garden or awoke to its banality, I set an oak at one end for a lifelong husbandry, a white syringa and a lilac tree close to one side to hide a crumbling wall, which was my neighbor's, held in several title and beyond my right to mend. One cannot with an ancient time contend. Some houses shadowed me, I did not dream the sun would never look o'er them and gleam, save at the earliest hour, so all the day. One half my garden under twilight lay. Another soul had overlooked the shade. I found the boundaries of a bed he made. For tulips, well, I had a fresher trust, and spent my heart upon this sterile dust. What thing will grow where never the sun shines? Vainly I planted flowering stalks and vines. What years to learn the soil, why even weeds look green and fresh, but if one concedes, salvia will flourish not, nor palest phlox. One might have hope left for a row of box. Why is it that some silent places thrill with elfin comradeship and others fill the heart with sickening loneliness? My breast seems hollow for great emptiness, unrest, casting my eyes about my garden where I still must live, breathing its lifeless air. Why should I have a garden anyway? I have so many friends who pass the day in streets or squares or little barren courts. I fancy there are gardens of all sorts, far worse than mine, and who has this delight? There's my syringa with its blooms of white. It flourishes in my garden in this brief season of blossoms and unfolding leaf. What if I like my garden not, but love the oak tree and the lilac tree thereof, and hide my face lest one my rapture guess amid the white syringa's loveliness? The tavern for my daughter Madeline. Nothing disturbed my night of sleep. I wonder that I ever woke. It was so heavy, was so deep. I scarce had heard the thunder stroke. So what was drinking, feasting, talking? By guests who came and guests who went, or those who spent the time in walking the halls and rooms in argument. About the tavern some declared no better tavern could be built, and others called it a deception, its purest gold but thinnest guilt, a cruel cheat considering no other tavern gave reception to folks who might be wayfaring anywhere in the whole wide land. I woke a stranger to it all, but quickly grew to understand the ways and customs which prevailed, those who won favor, those who failed. What feasting rooms had echoed laughter? What kisses stolen in what hall? What corners where the old had cried? What stairways where the breathless bride paused for a moment just to toss among the bridesmaids her bouquet? What rooms where men in work or play approved or cursed for gain or loss? The tavern's roof tree, roof and rafter. Then when I woke, as I have said, save a few children, there was none who was not older far than one. Many were trembling grey of head. The strong walked forth in rain or sun, and seemed all danger to defy. All welcomed me and called me fair, and told me strange events which passed around the tavern while I slept. Soon there were changes, scarce aware of their departure. Many stepped out of the door and seemed to cast their fortunes elsewhere, but as fast new guests came in to take the places of those who left, and through the day I lost the old, remembering faces freshly arrived when it was noon. I knew what things were opportune. I had become one of the crowd, in all their ways initiate, knew what their love was, what their hate. Myself stole kisses in the hall, and saw the old who sat and cried. In corners saw the rosy bride pause for a moment just to toss among the bridesmaids her bouquet. Where I stood best man to the groom was myself of the noisy room, where men in work or men in play approve or curse the gain or loss. Toward afternoon I seemed to feel more people knew me than I knew. Then it was good to meet with you. I saw you as you left the stair. And who were you, I do not dare to praise your brow or paint your hair. Your eyes how grey, or were they blue? A pain strikes through me if I let the full strength of my love have sway. I only know I can forget all others who had gone away, remembering our happy day together in the house and yard. It was to you all fair and new. You listened with such rapt regard to all the stories of the guests, and what had been their interests. And was the tavern just the same as it had been before you came? You asked me, and I answered yes. No change, my dear, not even the name. No change, except the people change. And change they do, I must confess. In truth, a few alone remain of those who lived here when I first entered the door there. Most are strange. And as I rose much earlier than you arose, you may suppose I shall grow drowsy, yet who knows? Before you do, and leave the stir, the dancing, feasting, just to creep back for another night of sleep. I'd like so well to stay awake and watch the dancing for your sake. It may be, though it scarce may be, no one remained awake for me. You cannot fail to find the bed when you are sleepy, but no doubt it will be black with the light out. Come, dear, that sleep is loveliest, where side by side two lovers rest. That sweetened sleep it may be best. O seep Meckham, for EJS. Edward, you knew the city, and you knew where dancing and where music were. and every hall and theatre, and every green purleur of gardens where beneath the vines and trees one might sip beer and be consoled by music mixed with talk. Behold the summer's devotees about the tables idling June away, and you knew chicory and cress with French or mayonnaise could dress a salad growing gay as you poured Burgundy or Rhenish wine, or had a sirloin brought to see, if it were ripe, the recipe for broiling it to dine. Thereon in fitting state the waiter took, and bowed in admiration. Then you snapped your silver case again, and from the holders shook such cigarettes as Turkish grandees smoke, and blew the perfumed incense forth, descanting on our life the worths of lawyers, noted folk, of judges, politicians, governors, until the dinner came at last, and there amid the rich repast we poor solicitors gloried in life, and ruddy-faced would laugh at any mishap, any fate that we could fancy might await, and glorying would quaff incredible goblets of the quickening juice, with blackest coffee topping all, and afterwards a cordial. Nothing we could abuse, and nothing hurt us, Edward, it was well. We lived, I think, and memories stored. For now I am a little bored with the invariable and settled round of nights and days wherein I must have sleep to work and keep, abstemious to work and sleep, while you long since have been the tangled lion of a woman's hair, who reads you novels and the news, and mends you, tends you, even brews your broth and gives you care in these dyspeptic mornings. As for me, the cafes, gardens haunt me yet. I go about as one who can't forget a dead felicity. The Bismarck rectors where I enter not, the music all is changed, and where no faces that we knew are there, and where we are forgot. Malachi Degan. Malachi, you stand a referee to judge under a torrent of blue light the naked pugilists who fight, grim faces with a smudge of blood, or on the sliding arms or backs, there on a platform roped in poles of smoke to the roof of Tattersalls, and where the itrant cracks of matches struck for lights prick through the hum of voices overtoned by cries of finish him, look at his glassy eyes. That sounded like a drum when the timekeeper's gong went clang, clang, and a hush came over us as then bathrobes slipped off the fighting men, out of their corners sprang, and in between the tangled arms and legs and clinches which you break, you glide, red-haired, athletic, watchful-eyed, and like a lager kegs. Round fullness is your chest, your arms all bare, coatless, a figure memorable. You should not be forgotten well, and if it be to dare the censure of a taste American, to celebrate your courage, wit, I write you down what here is writ. A referee, a man, a judge who loved the game and whose decree had no taint on it, was more pure than much of our judicature, of every knavery free. And what is here to shock or shake such nerves, as children's are delicate women's? There goes the short hook of Fitzsimmons, and Thorn a moment swerves, then topples over and lies quiet while you count from 1 slowly to 9. And Thorn lies there without a sign of life but with a smile. After a time gets up and reels across the ring to his own corner there, flops wobbly in his corner's chair, and wonders at his loss, while full 10,000 cheer and watch you shake the master hand, the general's. Such was our sport at Tattersall's, before the Puritan rake combed through the city. Now the sport is dead, and you are dust these several years, and we who drift to stale careers, and live along and tread the old deserted ways we loved and knew, ask sometimes how it was a cough could seize upon you, take you off, a lad as strong as you. My dog Ponto, if I say to you, come, Ponto, want some meat, you laugh in your dog way and bark your yes. And if I say, shall we go walking, or stand up, nice Ponto, then you stand up, or if I say to you, lie down, you lie down. You know what meat is, what it is to walk. You see the meat perhaps, or get an image of scampering on the street or chasing dogs, while sniffing in fresh air, exploring bushes. Upon these levels our minds meet at once, as if they were the same stuff for such thoughts. But if I look into your eye and say, ill-read to you a chapter on harmonics, here's mad Spinoza's close-wrought demonstration of God as substance, here is Isaac Newton's great book on gravitation, here's a thesis upon the logos of the Word made man. Or if I say, let's talk about my soul, since I have talked to yours in terms of meat, which sails out like a spider on its thread, through mathematics, music, look at you. You merely lie there with half-open eye, and thump your tail quite feebly just because, and for no other reason save I am talking, and I am your master, and you're fond of me, and through affection would no doubt be glad to know what I am saying as tweer meat. I might be saying, but I know a way to make you howl for things not understood. It makes you howl to hear my new Victrola with a Beethoven record. Why is this? Perhaps this is to you a maddening token of realms that lie above the realms of meat, and torture you because they have suggestions of things beyond you. But in any case, dear Ponto, if you were an infidel, you might say what's harmonics, they're a joke. And who's Spinoza, Newton, they are myths. And mathematics, music, can you eat them? For what you cannot eat has no existence. Deny them as you will these spheres of thought. Lie as the steps of mountains over you. They wait for you to gain them, you can find them. By rising to them, then how real they are. As real as scampering when I take a walk. But are they all, how do I know what spheres of life lie all around me and above me? Just waiting not for me, but till I climb and rest a while and take their meaning in. How do I know what hand plays a Victrola? with records greater than Beethoven's song, which make me howl as piteously as you. But here again, our minds meet on a level. I know no more than you do why I howl, nor what it is that makes me howl, nor why. Though not content with meat, I want to know, and keep as all my own this higher music. The Gospel of Mark. How long have you been waiting? Not so long. I am glad of that, you found the place at once. Well, there's the Campus Martius, when you're there. You see above this Carly's Hortulorum. A good place for two men like us to meet. Here's where luxurious souls have their abodes. That's Sallust's garden there, they do not care so much about us as some others do. There is a tolerance comes from being rich. An urbane soul is fashioned by a villa. Our faith is not to these a wicked thing, a deadly superstition, as some deem it. But mark, my son, there's Rome below you there. What temples, arches, under the full moon. Here let us sit beside this chestnut tree, and while the soft wind blows out of the sea, let's finish up our talks, you must know all, wherewith to write the story ere I die. Beneath the wrath of Nero, see that light, faint like a little candle I passed there. That's one of our poor men, they make us lamps, wherewith to light the streets and Nero's gardens. We shall be lamps they'll wish to snuff in time. We met tonight at one Sylvanus' house, and I was telling them about the night when in Gethsemane you followed him, having a cloth around your naked body, and how you laid hold on him, left the cloths, and fled. But when you write this you can say, a certain young man, leaving out your name, you may not wish to have it known 'twas you, who ran away, as I would like to hide, how I fell into sleep and failed to watch, and afterwards declared I knew him not. But as for me, omit no thing, the world will gain for seeing me rise out of weakness to strength, and out of fear to boldness. Time has wrought his wonders in me, I am rock. Let hell beat on me, I shall stand from now. Then don't forget the first man that he healed. There's deep significance in this, my son. That first of all he take an unclean spirit and cast it out, then second was my mother, cured of her fever, just as you might say. Be rid of madness, things that tear and plague. Then cool you of the fever of vain life. But don't forget to write how he would say. Tell no man of this, say that, and no more. Though I may think he said it lest the crowds that followed him would take his strength for healing, and leave no strength for words, let be and write. Tell no man of this simply, for you see, these madmen quieted, these lepers cleaned, had soon to die, all now are dead, perhaps. And with them ends their good, but what he said remains for generations yet to come, with power to heal and heal. My son, preserve your notes of what I've told you, even above your life. Make many copies, lest one script be lost. I shall not to another tell it all, as I have told it you. But as for me, what merit have I that I saw and said, Thou art the Christ? One sees the thing he sees. That is a matter of the eyebehold. What is the eye? Is there an eye power which produces eyes, a primal source of seeing? An ocean of beholding, as the ocean makes rivers, streams, and pools, so does this power. Make eyes, you take an egg and keep it warm. About a day, then break the shell and look. You'll find dark spots on either side of what will be the head in time, these will be eyes. In season, but just now they cannot see. Although the eye power back of them can see both what they are and how to make them eyes, by giving them its quality and strength. And all the time, while these dark spots emerge, from yoke to eyes, this Rome is here no less. This moon, these stars, this wonder, take a child. It stares at flowers and tears them, or again. It claws the whiteness of its mother's breast, sees nothing but the things beneath its nose. The world around it lies here to be seen, and will be seen from boyhood on to age, in different guises, aspects, richnesses, according to the man, for every man sees different from his fellow. What's an eye? I say not what's an eye, but what is here. For eyes to see, what wonders in that sky. Beyond my eye, what living things concealed. Beneath my feet in grass or moss or slime. As small to crickets as they are to us. For Nero at the circus holds a ruby before his eye to give his eye more sight. To see the games and tortures, so I say. There was no merit in me when I said, Thou art the Christ. Let's think of eyes this way. The lawyers said, There's nothing in this fellow. His family beheld no wonder in him. Have Mary Magdalene, and I invented these words, this story, who are we to do so? A fallen woman and a fisherman. Or did this happen, did we see these things? Did Mary see him risen, and did I? Were other eyes still dark spots on the yoke? And were our eyes full grown, and did we see? Is this a madman's world where I can talk? And have you right for centuries to read? And play the fool with them, or do all things? Of spirit as of stars, of spring and growth. Proceed in order, under law to ends. No, mark, my son, this is the truth so right. Preserve this story taken from my lips. My work is almost done, Rome is the end. Of all my labors, I have faith the eye will give me other eyes for other worlds. Why should I not believe this? Not all seasons are for unfolding in the winter time. You cannot see the miracle of birth, of germinating seeds, of blossoming. Why not then that one time for seeing death go up like mist before the rising sun? And in this single instance of our Lord, arising from the grave, see all men rise, and all men's souls discovered in his soul, their quality and essence, strength made clear. And why not I the seer of these things? Why should there be another, and not I? And I declare to you that untold millions, in centuries untold, will live and die by these words which you write, as I have told them. And nation after nation will be molded, as heated wax is molded by these words. And spirits in their inmost power will feel change and regeneration through them. Well, what then? Do you say God is living, that this world, these constellations, move by law, that all this miracle of life and light is held in harmony, and that the soul of man moves not in order, but that it's allowed to prove an anarch to itself, sole thing. That turns upon itself, sole thing that's shown. The path that leads no whither is allowed. To feed on falsehood that it's allowed. To wander lawless to its ruin, fooled. By what it craves, by what it feels, by eyes. That swear the truth of what they see, by words. Which you will write from words I have affirmed. And do you say that life shall prove the foe of life and law of law, or do you say the child's eyes see reality which see the poppy blossoms or the mother's breast, and this Rome and these stars do not exist, because the child's eyes cannot compass them, and get their image, shall we trust our vision, mounting to higher things, or only trust those things which all have seen, except the souls, who have not soared or risen to the gift of seeing what seemed walking trees grow clear? As men or angels, no, it cannot be. Man's soul, the chiefest flower of all we know, is not the toy of malice or of sport. It is not set apart to be betrayed, or gulled to its undoing, left to dash its hopeless head against this rock's exception. No water for its thirst, no life to feed it, no law to guide it, though this universe is under law, no God to mark its steps, except the God of worlds and suns and stars, who loves it not, loves worlds and suns and stars, and them alone, and leaves the soul to pass. Unfatherredlets me have a madman's dream, and gives it such reality that I take fire and light the world, convincing eyes, left foolish to believe it cannot be. Go write what I have told you, come what will. I am going to the catacombs to pray. Marsyas, Pallas Athena in an hour of ease, from guarding states and succoring the wise, pressed wistfully her lips against a flute, made by a Phrygian youth from resonant wood, cut near Sangarius upon a bank, made sweet by daisies and anemone. She sat with godly wisdom exercised, blowing her breath against the stubborn tube, that it might answer and vibrate in song. But while she played, down-looking, she beheld a serpent's eyes, which by the water's edge lay coiled among the reeds, as if aware of the divinity that filled the place. Then Athena saw her image in the cove, where like a silver mirror, motionless, Sangarius lay, and seeing her own face, thus suddenly was stricken with surprise of her fair forehead wrinkled, and her lips pursed and distorted as she strove to curb the resisting instrument, so with a smile, a little laugh which brought her beauty back, and gilded, like a gradual burst of sun, the water where the charmed serpent lay, lifting his head up to the living warmth. She threw the flute down, and Olympus way vanished from sight. Marsyas all the while, beneath an oak's shade by the water's edge, had drowsed voluptuously and heard the notes, dreaming some shepherd youth who watched his sheep upon a nearby hill which to the swale sloped in luxuriance upon a reed. His idle fancies loosened from the stops, but when Athena passed him, since he heard a roar of wings as when a flock of quail upfly the hunter's step, he woke to find the forest silent and the music gone. Then straying toward the rushes, he espied the flute upon the golden sands, and took it, and tried his lips upon it, where the lips of Pallas Athena left it fragrant, moist, and with a soul which to the artless breath of the rude satyr gave melodious speech. So thinking that the music was his own, and that the flute was but a worthless wood, save that it made his genius manifest, and swollen with conceit Marsyas sent a word of challenge to the Delphic god, Apollo of the Cythera, for trial of skill in music, saying who should prove the victor might do with the other what pleased him to do, and let the muses judge. But when Athena heard Apollo laugh, where the 9 muses gossiped of the dare which Marsyas uttered for the lower meadows of flowered Olympus, whispered of the thing in jest and quip, and knowing that her soul still echoed in the flute, but would anon fade from it as the perfume from a girdle tinct by the touch of Aphrodite's hand, spoke to Apollo, grant a little time, wherein the satyr may improve his skill. To which the muses nodded mid their smiles, but yet Apollo gave assent, though teased by reason of their chatter, and the thought hid in Athena's word that any respite granted the satyr could prosper his success. Meanwhile Marsyas waited for the day appointed of Apollo near Sangarius, and through the woodlands tireless with the flute, sometimes in imitative harmony, mocking the sound of fluttering leaves, and now the musical winds that blow in early spring around a peak of dancing asphodel, where the sea warms them, and at other times the little waves that patter on the sands of old Sangarius, rich in numerous flags. And once he strove with music's alchemy to turn to sound the sunlight of the morn, which fills the senses as illuminate dew, quickens the ovule of the tiger flower. Again he sang the sorrow of his youth, when a wild nymph, after one day of bliss, fled him while sleeping, and again he beat the rhythm lying at the root of life, which marks the whirling planets, and Apollo, hearing betimes a note of purest tone fall like a star, betrayed his wonderment, whereat the muses vexed him with their smiles and whisperings to each other, but Apollo could sense the satyr's waning skill, which dulled with its employment as Athena's soul died from the flute, although the satyr knew not. Each day of waiting doomed him. Then, at last, the day dawned for the trial of their skill, and Marsyas came bearing the hollow flute, for all had left it of Athena's soul. Then on Sangarius' wooded banks the muses to judge assembled, fair, majestical, with arms entwined some close together stood, some half reclined upon the flowery grass, but all bore in their eyes the light of mirth, suppressed, half hidden, then for that Euterpe was mistress of the flute, since it was deemed fair to the satyr that the contest be judged by the flute, gave signal to begin, whereat Apollo struck the Cythera to test the strings, and all the wood was hushed, awed by the magic of its harmony. But when Marsyas blew upon the flute, a fear coursed through him as his wonder rose, whether Apollo had bewitched its soul to such discordance or its utterance, such as he knew it when compared with the gods, was so unmusical, yet he dare not fail the contest, so they waged it to the end. While the sweet muses, now grown pitiful, no longer smiled, but turned their heads away, in sorrow for Marsyas, for his shame, and for the fate to follow. So at last, with one accord the muses rose and looked, with eyes significant, upon Apollo, who, angered by the satyr's swollen pride and monstrous failure, had become a will of resolute retribution. But the muses, because they feel for those who trying lose, even as a mother for her crippled son, whom the sound-footed distance in the race hastened away, lest they behold the thing that came to pass, and flinging far the flute, Marsyas shrieked and sank upon the earth, whereat Apollo seized his wretched form, and lifting him up with strips of laurel bark, bound the poor satyr to a rugged oak, and flayed him alive, and took the satyr's skin, and hung it in a cave, and turned his blood to water, whence the river Marsyas, that from the cave flows onward to this day, worlds back of worlds. This was the world, it was a house, with a cool hallway end to end, where buckets, pans, and dippers hung, and coats that in the breezes swung, and eaves in which 'twas good to browse, on books stored in a musty box. Along the walks were lilac boughs, and by the windows hollyhocks, and there were fields down to the hills, which marked the earth's far boundary, a church spire at the roadway's bend, and barns and cribs and twinkling mills, and neighbor friends like Mrs. Gray, and endless days of dream and play. It was a world so guarded safe, so cherished by a God-watched sky, seeing the summers come and pass, a world so quiet it appeared, like to the mimic world ensphered by witchery of the old field glass, which from an uncle's drawer I took, upon the distant hills to look. You know not then that worlds not dead lie back of you and bide their chance to seize your world of ignorance. There was an opening in the ceiling above the kitchen where the man sat humming to himself at night amid the enshadowed candlelight, and played on his accordion, happy, unconscious, and alone. There full of mischief would I lie, and watch him through the ceiling's hole, and laugh for thought of elfish tricks, of whispering words or dropping sticks, to fright his well-contented soul. Sometimes I think there is an eye, which is not God's, that spies upon us, that other worlds may lie about us. Our fathers or our mothers lived, where forces lurk and laugh and wait. Here then was my world's fair estate, for so I knew it could it be. Disturbed or wrecked, I never thought that change or loss could come to me, with God above the church's spire. But what are all these April dreams? Less tangible the landscape seems. The windmills, barns, and houses swim in a sphered ether, wheeling 1499, red cattle on green meadows pass across a belt of bluest sky. like objects in the old field glass. The chickens stalk about the yard, like phantom things in my regard. And songs and cries and voices sound, like muffled echoes from the ground. Stones and dead sticks crawl and move, and bones that through the winter lay something of living power betray. I sink in all things dizzily, made one with nature, all I see, until I have no way to prove my separate identity. Yet death is what? Why, death is this, something that comes but is far off. They worry sometimes for my cough. I know they watch me, know they cry. But what can wreck my earth or sky? The doctor comes now every day, and with my father sits and talks, or stands about the garden walks. One day I hear them, it appears, sometimes in 10 or 20 years, as madness or paralysis. Sometimes it passes, leaves a scar, and never troubles one again. You say you had this in the war. It's hit your boy as Thesis. Also, I think he's going blind. I saw my father trembling wind. Some plucked grass round and round his hand. They noticed me, walked further on, and left me dreaming where I sat. Some years since that day now are gone. I have no world now, none but night. My father's world lay back of mine, and wrecked my world so guarded safe, so cherished by a God-watched sky, which looked on summers rise and pass, so like an image caught and held by witchery of the old field glass. The princess song. Blow, blow, thou wind. Blow Conrad's hat away. It's rolling, do not stay, till I have combed my hair and tied it up behind. Blow, blow, thou wind. Blow Conrad's love away. My prince will come today. Let him but find me fair, and searching find. The queen, my mother, grieves for hopes that went astray. Blow thou my grief away. Among the April flags, among the dancing leaves, fill thou their golden wings, and make the great clouds fly, like swans across the sky, above the mountain crags, where the young eaglet clings. Blow it, the mad wind dies, among the flags and ferns, and Conrad still returns, ere I have bound my hairs, or dried my eyes. Blow, blow, thou wind. Blow Conrad's love away. But since it will not stay, blow thou afar my cares, and make me kind, as even lad thou art. Blow, blow, thou wind, but since vainly I wait the prince, come, Conrad, loose my hair. Thou loyal heart, the furies are you, but you must act, and therein lies the way of freedom from the furies. You must burn the substance of your being if you stay. The impetus of life you will not learn. The simples of salvation go pluck off a serpent from Alecto's head and laugh. Exhilarate with its poison if you scoff. You will perceive you cannot love the staff. You have not scorned, you cannot weigh the act. You have not lived the fear you did not prove. Your soul was made to focus and extract. Through action, every hatred, every love. Pour out yourself if you would know release. From what the Furies do to spoil your peace. Roman 2. Ambition that eludes, love never found. High hopes that tempt, or goodness still pursued. Have their own furies for this mortal ground. Breed serpents from the blood of fortitude. And action as it does from listless fear. You have aspired and fallen, curse the past. Till madness come, be quiet, hide or sear. The memory of the dream, no less at last. The sisters shall arrive, how do they come? Your life grows round a moral governance. And you have served it, you are stricken dumb. To see it crumble spite of vigilance. Now when you cannot think, rebuilds, repairs. The sisters come and wheel your cripple's chair. Roman 3. You were a fennel stalk that laughed and grew. With laughter till the life in you could use. The cells no further than the cold winds blew. And you fell whispering of the April dews. Grown fair or foul, the rhythmic force was spent. The summer gone, your little past achieved. Repulsions balanced, though you might lament. So much neglected, or too much believed. You were a dry weed when a great hand seized. And bore you as a carrier of fire. The garden you had grown in had not pleased. Was this, perhaps, the end of your desire? You lit a heap of leaves where children came. The Furies, meditating, watched the flame. Apollo at first. Zeus envied Sculappius that he healed the sick and brought the dead to life, and fain would slay him, so the Cyclops brought Zeus lightning, with which Zeus smote the healer. Then Apollo destroyed the Cyclops, grieving for his son. And Clotho laughed to see the thread of fate slip by Atropos, woven in the cloth of destiny, for had she cut the thread, shot from the spindle, then a little trace of scarlet, but no figures of despair, had marked the storied tapestry, so Apollo was doomed for punishment to tend the flocks of King Admetus, lord of fur. Next, Apollo met a mortal woman, daughter of an old soldier, servitor of the gods, and rich in land. He sitting on a rock that overlooked a green Thessalian field, where grazed the flocks, clad in a leopard's skin. His crook beside him dreamed of wide Olympus. This hour the muses dance, the council sits, and there is high debate or Hera storms. For Zeus' absence there is life and I. Unknown, alone, a shepherd by this field. Of pastoral pathos, labor all the day. And then a step disturbed his reverie. And looking up, he saw a slender maid, white as gardenias, jonquil-haired with eyes as blue as Peneus when he meets the sea. And an old weakness crept upon the god. For ever in his soul there shone the face of woman like the face of Artemis, his virgin sister, delicate and chaste. And to overcome such whiteness and reserve had been Apollo's madness from his birth. And this Shanae, daughter of the soldier, servitor of the gods and rich in land, at once became his passion, so he rose, and to Shanae spoke, and she to him. And then anon she saw the unkept curls, sun-bleached, that touched his shoulders, then his breast. smooth as her own, and then his arms, his hands, his shapely knees, his firm and pointed feet, and her eyes closed as stars beneath the dawn. And dawn rose in her cheeks, and the god knew her inmost thought. So all that day they played, amid the wind-blown light of Thessaly. He wove her traps for crickets from the grass, and from the willow branches made her flutes. He caught her butterflies and sang her runes of living things and how the earth and sea from Erebus and love sprang into being, and how the sun and the bright pageant of the stars danced joyously to music, and Shanae was dumb for happiness, and the day went by. But with the dusk there came a swooning languor. All was forgotten save the shepherd's face, held close to hers, and round his moving curls the circled splendor of the sickle moon. Nor eyes nor lips, only a golden blur. And rousing she beheld the enshadowed field, flockless and silent, and the shepherd gone. Then through the night Shanae weakly walked, and found at last her home. The light of day brought terror to Shanae, then she sought, and found Apollo where he sat before, and told him that her father, the old soldier, was favored of Admetus and would bring the royal power against him if he failed. The troth of wedlock, and Apollo mused upon his exile from Olympus' throne, and Zeus' wrath against him that he slew the Cyclops, and upon his shepherd state, tending Admetus' flocks, and how unknown and weak he stood between these kingly hands of Zeus and of Admetus, and seeing her fair, more fair in tears, he gave her his consent. Next day Shanae brought the god a robe, and sandals, and a girdle, thus arrayed. Shanae took him to her father's home, the ancient soldier, servitor of the gods, and rich in land, and spoke of him as Actius, a merchant from the city. Then the father gave thanks to Zeus, and at the family board Apollo supped as one who would become Shanae's husband. So it came to pass they walked together in the bridal train, behind the perfumed torches. All the while Zeus smiled to see Apollo's punishment, and Hera, who with woman's subtlety knew that there shone within Apollo's soul a face like to the face of Artemis, his virgin sister, delicate and chaste, and to overcome such whiteness and reserve had been Apollo's madness from his birth. Laughed freely with the muses as she said, "Thus is the masculine spirit ever caught by its own lure. Let Zeus himself take heed, lest sometime he be snared." So when Olympus grew dull, the gods for fun looked o'er the ramparts, and spied upon Apollo at the board, with all Shanae's family, or at night, beside Shanae and the little faces, which every year increased, or on Apollo, about his bitter task of shepherding, to win the bread for faded Shanae, and for the children. Thus the 9 years passed. Then Zeus, avenged, sent all the muses down, to bring Apollo back, and to Olympus. Humbled and sorrowful, he came again, with wrinkles and a touch of whitened hair, and a lackluster eye which all the art of Aphrodite, after many days, could scarce remove. Then Shanae told her father that Actius was not a merchant from the city. Too late, she said, I found he had deceived me, and masked his shepherd calling. To which her father, the ancient soldier, servitor of the gods, and rich in land, yea, daughter, he deceived you. Now he has run away, abandoned you. May the gods note it and avenge the wrong. Steam shovel cut. Steam shovel cut lies through a wood, and the trestles at the end. And north are the lonely Fillmore Hills, and south the river's bend. It's Christmas Day, and the blue on the hill is flapped by a flying crow, and the steel of the railroad track is cold, and the cut is piled with snow. What is that there by the trestle's end, where the cut slopes down to the slough? That's Cora Williams lying there, in her cloak of faded blue. Her skirt is red as a northern spy, and her mittens blackberry black. And under her cotton underskirt, there's a green place on her back. Her little gray hat is over her brow, and covers a purple bruise. She had white stockings for her feet, and the holes were in her shoes. Where did you meet Croak Carlos, girl? And where did you start to booze? They saw you once at Rigdon's place, and last at Sandy Hughes, on the night that Jesus Christ was born. You were drinking gin and beer. They saw you sitting on Carlos' knees as the midnight hour drew near. They saw you too start into the night, and the night was cold and black. And then they found you there by the bridge, with the green bruise on your back, down through the dark to the shovel cut. The two of you walked and sang. You were holding hands on the trestle bridge, when the bell began to clang. 'Twas back of the curve that the headlight shone. So what was the use of eyes? The mad iron thing leaped on you there, as you ran on the trestle ties. It rushed on you like a furious bull that charges a scarlet flag. The engineer looked long at the gauge, as the fireman scraped the slag. Croak Carlos jumped and fell on a stone, and the world to him was a blank. But the iron thing struck at your back, and doubled you down on the bank. Croak Carlos woke from a sleep like death, and found you covered with blood. He slinks to the river to wash his hands. He runs to hide in the wood. He steals through thickets, hides in a barn. He cowers where the corn's in shock. But the posse catches Croak by noon, and the jailer turns the lock. Croak Carlos' wife weeps at the bars. Croak weeps in a grated cell. They've mortgaged the farm for a lawyer's fee, to save Croak's soul from hell. For the coroner has a bat-like thing in a bottle safe in his room. It looks like a baby devil fish. It's Cora Williams' womb. A woman's womb is a thing of doom, and winged with a fan-like mesh. And who was the father, they're asking Croak, of this bit of jelly flesh? And the doctors took an oath in the court that a sharp club did the deed, and the judge was a foe of the lawyer man. Croak Carlos paid to plead, and Croak had talked too much in jail, and he trembled and testified. to a woeful tangle of time and place. And the jury thought he lied. Croaked Carla's wife sobbed out in court, as they twisted him out and in. For they made him swear he drank with the girl, and swear to his carnal sin. They stood him up on the gallows trap, and his voice was clear and low. If I killed Cora Williams, men, my soul to hell should go. They sprang the trap, croaked Carla's shot, like a wheat bag toward the floor. And the doctors let his body hang, till his old heart beat no more. They let him alone to work and sweat, for a wife's and children's ease. But they hung him up for a little beer, with a woman on his knees, and he might have died in bed in a year. For when they opened him up, they found his heart was a played-out pump, and leaked like a rusty cup. And a man can live as the church decrees, or dance in the way of vice. A woman's womb is a thing of doom, and life is the current price. Tease a vampire bat or the leather box, from which you rattle the dice. Tease an altar of doom is a woman's womb, and man is the sacrifice. The houses. You wonder why I bought so many houses. Bought and repaired, built over home on house. The first one was to make a home for Mary, and Frank and Bessie, for I had myself a settled home when I was boy and man, and knew the feeling of respect, content, which comes of one familiar and continued habitation for a boy who's growing. The first house then was poor enough, God knows. A place that smelt in all the rooms of breath. A sick man breathes into the very paper. The rat holes in the baseboards had to be stopped up with plaster, all the floors were loose. Bricks lay awry upon the chimney tops. An old well with a windlass on the porch made one remember typhoid all the time. Some apple trees half-rotted, covered over, with water sprouts stood in a yard of weeds. A barn was at the yard's end, out of shape, from leaning at an angle, all in. The place was haunted, but it was the best I could afford just then, and naturally, she hated it and grumbled all the time. A few years passed, it seemed scarce 2 or 3, and all the children married, went away. Just then I grew more prosperous and built over the haunted house and built a handsome barn. Cut out the apple trees, destroyed the weeds, and put an iron fence around the yard. Put bathrooms, running water in the house. She jawed at me for doing this and asked, "Why did you wait until the children left?" Of course she knew, but blamed me just the same. And so we had no pleasure with this house. She wanted larger rooms and trees in front. A sunny dining room there was that porch, on which ours looked, and though I closed the well, she often wondered why we had not died before I closed it. And about this time, our banker moved away and left his house for sale at public auction. I went down alone, not telling her to look at it. Here was a house upon a stone foundation, built of red brick, peaked roof of slate, 3 stories. Brick walks about the yard with plots of flowers. A barn of briquette was the very place. There now were grandchildren, and so I dreamed how they would romp about this lovely yard, or play on rainy days in that wide garret. And so I bid and got the house at auction. But when I told her, she was up in arms. The house would hold a family of 10. Besides, the upper rooms were far too small. What is a dining room or huge drawing room? If you step out of bed against the wall. Then there's that gully just below the barn. Breeding malaria, the banker's family were sick year in and out, that's why they sold it. For anything at public sale, oh fool. Well, Mary came that summer with her children. And my poor dream in part was realized. But Frank and Bessie moved to California and never saw the happiness I planned for them and for their children. Mary's husband disliked the house's hatred was beginning. Next summer, Mary left him and divorced him and started out to earn her children's bread. She didn't come again. And so it was true. We didn't need so large a house who sold it and bought a cottage of 6 rooms this time. She joined with me in picking out the house. But that was nothing for no other house. Besides, this one was up for sale just then. No sooner had we moved than she was full of wounded memory and a mad regret. She saw what she had lost, these little rooms. This front fence almost jammed against the door. And stoves again instead of radiators. No running water, only an old pump. Above the kitchen sink and near the station. The bawling busmen bothered her at night. The midnight train woke her unfailingly. And now she said our first house was all right. With this or that corrected, we had blundered in ever selling it and taking on such luxury in the brick house, it had spoiled her taste for living in a house like this, with just a little yard, that hideous fence, which one could touch while standing in the door. She said she could not breathe because of it, and railed against her fate so that it brought the next step in my life of buying houses. Dreams entered in my brain of fields and woods. A little lake perhaps, river or stream. There was a fad of buying farms just then. I went to Michigan on other business. And there I saw one, bought it on the spot. You see, I had the passion as of drink, and knew it as I ventured once again. But then there was the house upon the bluff. And there below it was the river, there. Beeches and oaks down to the river's edge. A great white house all new, and apple trees. A vineyard and a field of 80 acres. Here will I sit, I said, upon my bluff, and watch the river. I will keep a man to farm the place and prune the vines and trees. This is the place at last. But then I thought, what will she say? She wants a farm, I know. But will this suit her? So I sent for her. And when she came, she kissed me. She was glad, commended my good judgment, loved the house, went through the barn in rapture, stood beneath the windmill, which was near, to watch it pump, strolled down the wooded bluff, through pebbles, the river where the swallows dipped and flew, and gathered daisies by the river's shore. I sat down in the grass, flushed through with joy, like one who finds his haven, who has solved laborious troubles, thinking of the rest. I should take here a man to run the place, and months of summer recreation here. I told her what my plan was. No, she said. To own a farm is business, you should know. By this time that you have no head for business. I think you've shown some wisdom in this farm. Or better, you've had luck in buying it. Your other ventures, buying houses, were enough to make you have distrust of self. Now that you've bought the farm to make it pay, is what we have in hand, and you must work. Well, keep a man, but he cannot do all. There is to do here, I will work and you must work as well, the farm must pay, you know. I want the man to live with us in the house, so I can watch him, rout him out to work at sunup and keep watch upon his time. Well, keep 2 rooms for our use, for the man must have a family. These single fellows are off too much at night and think too much in working hours of what they'll do at night. Perhaps I am a weakling with my dream of buying houses, for I dream of joys, and build my palaces, invite my joys to enter and be glad they never come. She took the farm and ran it, it was business, but business in disorder with a loss, for seed which did not sprout and stock that died, and glutted markets when the fruit was good. I worked a while, I fished once in the river. I sat a few times on my wooded bluff, and then I fled and left her to the farm, to rule a single farmer who cut weeds, abandoned weeds for plowing, left the plow to make a flower bed, following her whims, obedient, indifferent to results. If you destroy a bird's nest, that's the end. The nesting birds return to find the branch where they had builded with such patient care. All naked of their work, they look and fly, and think of what, but build no more that year. But if you take a twig and scratch the grains about the ant hill, overturn their work, stop up the door, the little folk begin to build again, clear out the ruined hall. They cannot be discouraged like the birds. I think I am an antfer even yet. I am looking for a house, or better a home. There is that house walled in with earth, that's sure. But if there is no house to fill my joy, why have I looked for houses all my life? The church and the hotel, over the dead lake, and in a dusty sky. The full moon is speared by the spire of the Baptist church, or now it hangs over the Groveland Hotel. I do not know whether it is over the spire or over the hotel. In a dusty sky the moon is the bottom of a copper kettle, which cannot be scoured into brightness. The sky is a faded mosquito net over a brass cylinder cap, dulled with verdigris. Some years ago, not many years ago, the Rev. Albert McDougall, 500, at the pulpit under this spire, with habitual regularity, used to say, "Let us pray." And the Rev. Albert McDougall, 500, with habitual regularity, used to preach on the wages of sin, and on Sunday evenings, as he was saying, "Let us pray," Ed Breen in Henry Hughes' buffet, there in the Groveland Hotel, sitting with cronies at a table, would say, "Another round, Henry. Bourbon for me." And at 7:30, at the very moment when the Rev. Albert McDougall 500 was saying, "Let us pray," Ed Breen would be beginning the night and would be saying to Henry Hughes, "Another round, Henry. Bourbon for me." You, Rev. Albert McDougall 500, lived to a ripe age. You lived to marry a second wife. And you, Ed Breen, died in the 30s. But whether it be better to have ptomaine poisoning from eating cold chicken, or to drug yourself to death with bourbon, I will ask the moon. For there is the moon, like a German silver watch, under a grimy showcase. I think it hangs as much over the hotel as over the church. Susie, where did you go, pale Susie, after the day? You left the service of the boarding house the night before we made carouse and danced the time away. We boys were in the kitchen and were drinking. Small Biryu slapped the hands of us, who stroked your arms half amorous. Where did you go, I am thinking? Medical students up at Hahnemann hunt women on a Saturday night and sing, tell tales and verse recite and rush the forbidden can. The paltry mistress made you pay for all the fault of us and packed you out of doors when you had scrubbed the floors and swept the entrance hall. I watched you in your faded cloak and hat with canvas bag walk towards the grove. Then something in my fancy hove. Laughing, I caught you at the doorway of the hotel on the street, where I had tracked you round from 31st. You laughed and cried and called me worst of devils on 2 feet. There I had followed you and seized you when you did not care what happened, so you fell into my hands, you know. 'Tis 20 years since then. I never saw you after that, nor heard in all this city aught of you. You vanished like a blot of dew, or ashen-hued seed-bird. I wonder if you wed a red bullthroat, who ran a rivet hammer, drove a truck, bore many children, or worse luck, went where the driftweeds float. Having his way, we parted at the Union Station, Tom Hall and I, 2 boys in the early 20s, fresh from the quiet of fields and the sleepy silence of village life. And we stepped into Adams Street, noisy from trucks and rattling cars and babbling multitudes. He with his great invention, and I with my translation of Homer and the books of Rousseau and Marx. And he went his way to sell his great invention, and I in the village glory of clothes ill-fitting, timid, sensitive, and proud, a little learned, so zealous for the weal of the world, came to your chateau palace near the drive. To you, my friend, my queenly cousin, for a little visit before I entered upon the city's life. You looked me over with calm Egyptian eyes and put me at ease with your lovely smile. And there was about you the calm of desert air in Nevada. That made me forget myself. Yet you began to guide me with subtlest words, and to mold me with delicate hands, as one might smooth a rumpled collar, or fasten a loosened scarf, or lift to place a strand of hair, of one beloved who thrills to the touch. Even with closed eyes, you saw everything, of harmony or form or hue. There were silver strings in your little ears, which caught the tone pictures of sounds, and the intonations and sonorities of voices, which trembled to the barbarities of unmelodic words. And there, as you saw and heard me, I knew it at once. You took me for your piece of bronze in the rough, to be made under your hands, your triumph, your work, your creation, in the world where you ruled as queen. You would see me as finished art, move before admiring eyes, where music is and richness, and where poverty and struggle, and sacrifice and failure are forgotten. That was the cousin you meant me to be. And in a few nights, there was an evening dress and fine linen, and an opera hat and cloak, laid out for me in my snow-white room. And a valet came to help me, for we were to see Carmen together, you and I in a box, you the queen, and I a genius from the country, of whom the word had gone the rounds, a translator of Homer, and a dreamer of revolutions. Her cousin, you know. I was pale from fear and pride. As I entered the box with you, I felt I was wronging my dreams and apostatizing all I had dreamed. To be in this box with you, and a sullen hatred of everything, the mass of color, the faint perfumes, the lights, the jewels, the dazzling breasts of the queens in the boxes angered me. And everyone was smiling, and everyone was leveling opera glasses sometimes at me, a translator of Homer, and a dreamer of socialism. And there like a fool I sat and thought of the cold without and the beggar man who stood at your carriage as we alighted. And when the music arose at last, a sort of madness whirled in my brain. For what was this Carmen thing but subtle wickedness and cruel lust, and hardest heathenism, and delight that seeks its own, in a setting of bloody voluptuousness, fiendish caprice and faithlessness, in music through which a pagan soul had sensed and voiced it all, till at least I almost shrieked at this. Don Jose, in his amorous madness, plunged a knife in the back of the whore he loved, to the growl of horns and moan of viols, and you sat through it all, like a firefly on a vine leaf, suspiring in all your body, and gazing with calm Egyptian eyes, or turning to me as if you would know if the poison was in my blood. But I was immune. Democracy seemed too glorious, and the cause of the poor too just, and fair sweet love of men and women, so worth the cost to gain and keep, and honest bread too sweet. I was immune, and I scarcely saw the fair slim girl to whom you introduced me, and I scarcely heard what you said in the carriage about her countless riches, and I scarcely heard your words of praise, that I looked like a prince, and that you meant to help me, and do by me what your husband would do, if he were living, and lift me along to a place in life, where power and riches are, and beauty is, and music, and where struggle and sacrifice are forgotten. And when I did not answer, you thought I sat abashed by your side. Instead, in my mind were running the notes to Queen Mab and bits of Greek. I did this to stifle my wrath and to forget the cage you were luring me into and the poison you were offering me and the cause of truth and hiding my wrath in a day or two. I left you saying I would return, but I never returned. Instead, I went where the youths were thinking, painting and writing, and talking of the revolution and the glorious day to come. And I was happy even though they sent my great translation back as poor and amateurish, for the years of youth were long ahead. There was time to try again. Then Margaret's stepmother drove her from home, and she came to the city, crying in her loneliness and destitution, suffering from her lame hip. And even these were happy days, for I loved her for her sorrows. I loved her for her lameness. It was all transfigured through my love for democracy and sacrifice, and the sweetness of honest bread. And it was like taking the sacrament, our marriage. And there, in our little flat far out, on Roby Street, I toiled at writing, while she went about so lame, trying to keep the house for me, and to clear away the disorders, which piled about her constantly, and were never cleared away. And is it not strange that today, after the lapse of 10 years, these two things happen within an hour? Your letter from Rome arrived. For though I scorned your life and love, and went my way, you write me still, it seems, not to wound my fallen state, nor to show me what my life had been, if I had heeded you, but just in the continuous sunshine of noble friendship to show me. I am sometimes in your thought, and scarcely had your letter come, when Tom Hall crept up the creaking stairs, dragging his feet with the help of a cane. He is rich and came to help me. And Tom Hall had his way as well. He hated marriage and went the rounds, wherever a pretty face allured. And now he is sick and dragging his feet. And here am I at a writing desk. I am cap and bells for the Daily Globe, and my grind is a column a day. You see, it comes to this, dear Queen. Can a man or woman alive escape the granite's edges or ditches mire, the thorny thickets or marshed gas, or the traps one thinks would never be set, except for the fox or wolf? And here is Margaret down with a cough, never to rise from her bed again. And I sit by at my task of jokes, and I stop to read your letter again, and wonder why life has never caught you, and why you are laughing there in Rome, where you dine with happy friends, or tramp the thickets around the ruins of the baths of Caracalla. I see the platforms and dizzy arches. Under a sky of Italy. It's cloudy here, and the elevated rattles and roars beneath my window. You're picking flowers while it's winter here. I read these things in your letter and wonder. Is the asp at your breast in spite of laughter? Or when is the asp to sting you? The asp. As the train rushed on. The days of our youth swept through me, as if they were brought to life by a sort of friction. I thought of how madly you laughed when we played at blindman's buff with the Miller girls, and of the May baskets we made together, and hung as we rang the bell and ran, and of our games in the first spring days, when we stole from house to house, and the children were shouting, and the April moon was new, and the smell of burning leaves, and the first tulips filled us with such ecstasy. We laughed, we shouted, we leaped for joy. We ran like mad through the rooms, and we went to bed at last, laughing and gasping, and lay looking at the moon through the leafless boughs, and fell to sleep with joyous hearts, thinking of tomorrow, and the days and days to come for play, and the summer to come, and all the mad raptures of school at an end, and no death and no end, of the love of father and mother, and the home we loved. And here it was spring again. But such a spring, at the end of such years and years, and births and births and spheres of life, each like a life or a world of its own, with its friends, its own completeness, its rounded end. And back of them all, our old home forgotten, our father and mother gone, and back of this spring that ended world of ours, wherein we parted, grown misty too, and as the train rushed on, and the hour of meeting you neared, I was thrilled with gladness, thrilled with fear. And now the station was Herkimer, and now it was Amsterdam, and now it was Albany, and then Poughkeepsie on the Hudson. And I looked from the car to the passing scene, and back to the car again. Or I turned in my seat, or took up my book and laid it down, or fastened my bag for the 100th time, or straightened my cloak on the seat, and waited and waited. For I had a story to tell you that I could not wait to tell. I was traveling 1,000 miles to tell you, and to get your advice, to have your solace, to look in your eyes again, and to feel in spite of springs that were gone, and our old home and father and mother gone. There was an arm in the world for me to lean on, and the train rushed on, bringing me nearer to you, and the tears welled up to my eyes, as I wondered why life had mangled me so, why the man I loved at first and hated afterward had died that tragic death, leaving me with memories of that love, and such agony for that hate, and why, as a sort of Empress Eugenia, the world turned on me when I fell, and the little power I had departed, and why, in spite of my aspiration, I had run into such disgust, such overthrow of my work, such undoing of myself, such spiritual wreck and shame. And to think of what had done it. My search for love, my struggle for excellence. These things alone. I had married this second man for love. And because I believed in him. As a man of power, a man of thought. A man who loved me. And hoping through him to retrieve my life. From the smut of the man I married first. But I found my very soul deceived. He was just a violent visionary. A frothing fool. A spendthrift, coward hedonist. And there I was tied to him. And carrying his child while finding him out. So I used to stand with my face to the wall. And choke my mouth with a handkerchief. To keep from crying out. For I knew if a whimper passed my lips, I should fall and roll on the floor with madness. And beat my head on the floor. So when the train rolled into the station, a sickness, a weakness came over me. I had spent myself in expectation. And now that I was about to see you, the thought of the vainness of seeing you, and the thought that you could not help me, though I had traveled these 1,000 miles, made me wish to fly, to hide. So I stepped from the train in a kind of daze, and scarcely felt your kiss. It seemed relaxed, so faint. And your voice was weak. And your eyes were dim and dry. And there in the cab, as we drove to the park, I was still in a daze, talking of May baskets, and blindman's buff, and laughing, for one always laughs, when the moment is worst. And so it was, I did not really see you. But when we began to walk, things about you began to limn themselves. Your shoulders seemed a little bent. There were streaks of snow on your temples. And you were quiet with the terrible quietness of understanding of life. And the old wit I knew. And the glad defiance of fate. And the light in your eyes. And the musical laugh. All were gone. Perhaps the daily grind of cap and bells had sapped you, dear. But when I looked at your hand on your canes, and saw how white and slim it was, and how it trembled, I knew. You were not the giant man of old, though you said you were gaining strength again, and I could lean on your arms. Well, then I told you all. How my search for love had fooled me again, and how this beast had wronged and robbed me, and how he stood in his paranoid rages, and compared himself to Christ. But when I began to speak of the child, what a darling girl she was, you sank in a seat and said, no more. I didn't think I was weak as this. You mustn't tell me another thing. Not now, not just now. Then I saw what time had done. And I saw that you could not help me. And the next day, and the next day, when I did not see you, and weeks passed by and I scarcely saw you, and I scarcely saw you again, though I had come 1,000 miles to lean on your arm. It grew in my mind that you despised me, or that you were indifferent to my lot, or at least that I was a wounded thing you could not bear to see, till at last, though I knew that my way was clear, there was nothing to do, but to fly with my child and leave him forever and endure great loneliness forever, if need be, and whatever shame there was, for the sake of my soul's honor, which only myself could save, and you could save not at all. Though I knew, I say, that my way was clear, and I needed your help not at all. Still, in a kind of madness, I began to reproach you for not helping me, and for abandoning me to my fate, as a sick child will cry and blame its mother when it is not healed at once. And that was the mood he found me in, when he came with a smile and honey words. Well, I fell in his arms, and here I am, plunged up to the mouth in spiritual muck. And what life is left for me now? How can I go on with life? For he hates me now as a humbled thing. He has broken my pride, and he hates me now. And he roars and curses about the house, and yells at our little girl when she cries, and stands with his hands outstretched and says that his fate is worse than Christ's. And I tremble and rustle around like a fallen leaf, and neither laugh nor cry nor return him a word. For you know there's a spring, and you know there's a fire to burn dead leaves, and after the ashes there's a spirit given a chance. The family. We were 3 larks in the same nest. All spring the wind blew from the west. We chirped beneath the enshadowing wheat. It grew to grain, it grew to gold. Our mother's voice was piercing sweet, to see how strong we were and bold, how palpitant of wing. We knew our father not, alas. A hunter slew him while the grass was fresh beneath the April rain. And ere I had the strength to fly, our brother sang a farewell strain, and soared into the empty sky. And then our sister knew the fear and hunger of a serpent's eye, and our sweet mother, lone and drear, fled far afield and left me here to nurse my heart and sing. The subway. There was the white face of fear, and the solemn face of duty, and the face of self looking in the mirror. But there were voices calling from vernal hilltops, and silver spirits by moonlit gardens calling, and voices of no sound from far horizons calling. But even if there be penitence for living, and thought and tears for the past, and even shame and even hunger, and if there be nothing gained at the last in living, and much to pay for the madness of briefest bliss, and if there be nothing in life, and life be nothing, so that to nail oneself to the cross is nothing lost, is death not even less? These were the voices whereto we tore our flower, petal by petal apart, and scattered it, and paused and paltered. But lest the whispers grow louder, and the eyebrows arch to a fiercer scorn, you fled away to France and left me, with only a poor half-uttered farewell, a scrawl put off to the last, then written, as with shut eyes, swift nervous hands, as one might wait for the heroic thought, to take his poison weight in vain, and then cowardly gulp it down and reel to death. I could not hate you for the pain of hate, and could not love you who had hid yourself, belied yourself behind this scroll. I could only sit half numb and drift in thought. And afterwards, it wasn't so much to be alone, nor to dream of the days that were done, save as it deepened the surge in my heart, or strengthened the ebb of my soul for thought. Of your soul drawn away from me, so needlessly drawn it seemed. And it's the music that deepens and changes. For as your soul adds strings to its strings, there are fingers to play it almost seems. There are fingers about us that watch and wait for a soul that's adding strings to its harp, to play them when they're a-strung. And so it's the music that deepens and changes. That kills you at last, I think. Well, I had a dream one night that a dead man well could dream. They had buried me in Rosehill, and after 20 years from France, they brought you and put you just across the walk from me, where we slept while the crowding city grew to a vast 6 millions, and they were building a subway to Lake Forest. And we were forgotten of everyone, and almost our family names were lost. And our love you fled from all forgotten, and everything we said or thought or felt forgotten, with the whispers of boys and girls in a temple's shadow in Babylon. Well, to pursue, it's a day in March, when the colors are brilliantly white and blue, and it's cold except for Poles and Italians, who dig with spades and cut with picks. And some of these fellows are digging us up. We lie in the way of the subway, you know, and they dump our bones in a careless heap. The ribs of me by the ribs of you. My skull lies ignorant by your skull. And behold, our poor arms are entwined. For death, you know, is a mocker of life. And there we lie like stocks and stones. And where is our love, and where is your fear? And a young Pole pushes our bones together with a lusty shove of his heavy shoe. And he says to another, you saw that girl I was dancing with last night. Well, I don't think I am the only one. And besides, she bothers me most to death. And as soon as this subway job is over, which will be in a year or year and a half, I am going to beat it back to Poland. Then the other, beginning to shovel, muttered, 1976. The radicals' message to the archangels and the fiery seed of mad Prometheus fighting gods for men and heaven for earth, this greeting. I led you once, I taught you, am the sire of hosts of you, but fellow to you all. And when I fell, was chained upon this bed by adamantine sickness, then I lay and had you in my thought hour after hour, day after day, and saw you in dreams by night, still fighting, bleeding, caring for the fallen, or objurgating heaven for the curse it sheds on men, or arming for the fray with steel of resisting thought. And so the sense of my responsibility has weighed upon me as my night has deftly dawned to something clearer than the soul you knew, who led you once with breath of iron horns, called to you, charge, there is the trench of greed. Avenge the poor, bring justice, purge the state of fraud, and so I lay and thought of you, still guarding the old lines, fighting the old fights, while I was changed was not your leader now, cared no more for your battles, save as strife. That leads up higher, for upon my wall I woke to see these words, he only wins his freedom and existence, who each day conquers them newly. How can I tell you what has come over me? You walk through galleries, devour the pictures in the different rooms, then gaze about you where you stand at last, amid supernal canvases of light. Try to recall the pictures you have studied. What you have seen has helped you to perceive the final beauties, but is blurred in mind. It has been lived, has lost its vital power, is not the sovereign moment. Climb a mountain the whole day through, and at the time of stars. Stand on a peak and search infinity. You have forgot the valleys, save perhaps the torment of the flies of which you ray freed. In these cool heights, so age cannot recall the thrill and intimate complexities that made the thought of youth a sickness comes. One has been metamorphosed, cannot live. The old emotions, habits, old delights. And as for that we change each day and all. Our yesterdays, our chrysalises whence we crawled to what we are, in short, archangels. I have become another soul, now listen. I have seen things I cannot tell you of. I have gained understandings past my power to give you clearly, yet upon me rests the teasing call to tell you, here I lie, revolving this new task of leadership. How shall I make you see I have not failed you, not really played a treasonous soul to you, not scorned the cause I gave you, kept you in, or damned you for, or made you suffer for? I railed at heaven, I instructed you to rail as well. How can you understand? I now accept the fate. Will you despise me for saying this, or will you say disease has weakened me, cooled off the fire of soul, and damped my courage? Then go on your way to find a worthier leader. So to doubt, I taught you once, but now my mind believes, and to deny the order of the world. I gave you words, now I affirm the plan, to fight against the gods in man's behalf. I made my leadership, now I perceive the cause of gods and men made one, you see. It is not individual gain that counts in these external benefits of freedom and satisfaction of material wants. That counts so much, I say, as inner chains struck from the wrists and inner scales peeled off. From inner eyes, I grant the human cause, and say this, can I make you understand? To give you proof my heart is with you yet. Let me reveal my sacrifice. Suppose you've found a truth that others knew before you. Seen, let us say, the cat as single taxers. I want to say you hunt up some adherent who's labored with you, tell him, I am convinced. I see the cat at last, you want to share your joy with someone, want his dragging hope to hear you have arrived, and so with me. I hungered to communicate my vision to someone who had seen it and who knew its meaning, what it meant to me. But then, you archangels and hot Promethean seed, each time I thought of making the confession, to some delighted spirit ranged yourselves in thought around my sick bed, with contempt, or pained compassion written on your brows. And words like these, he has deserted us. He has surrendered, cringed before the gods. And so my sacrifice is this, you'll be the first to know my second birth, you can. In such case, never charge it up to fear, or weakness, shrunken nerves, or spirit that lost the human touch through the effects of some delirium, what mind so clear, or will so strong to die with this denial? For your sakes, for it may be best for you to live the rebel out of you, and if you thought at least, I fear it if you thought I had gone over to the hosts you hate, as you are now, through weakness, made my peace with heaven, as you'd call it, just to save my wretched self, you'd have a mad regret, a fine disgust to work through, added labor to all you must achieve. That's why I die. And seal this message, break it on the day they make me ashes. Bombix, sealed in a cocoon cradle of white silk, locked fast in sleep, or bound for years as a chrysalid, while the neap creative tides rise to the spring and slew the torn strands and the golden pupa stuff. You tear wings free for the connubial flight, break suddenly the embryo trance, drift off, whole troops of you in a looped and colorful clutter, wobbling like leaves in a fresh wind's delight, and over clover meadows in a flutter, or through sweet scented hollows you seek the expectant mate, and the mad moment where life turns to death, and both become one essence and one breath, one undivided fate. Together you fly, drunken with life, yet mad to die, since sole achievement is death after all rivals for the wedding festival. Yet only one of you can win the prize. The rest shall sink, exhausted in defeat, while the triumphant bridegroom dies in his own rapture and creative fire. All perish in the flame of their desire, for none of you is given strength to live beyond the quest or the hymeneal kiss. The disappointed perish. One wins his joy, but may not keep or cherish the moment which contains it. Sudden doom falls on the winner of his bliss, and on the wings that quiver their frustration. Bombix, to have more life than is enough, to win the mate, achieve the one success, and on that life to mount and half serve the universe, build cities with it, letter precious scrolls, plan for the race to be, and have the vision to labor for of ages half Elysian. Is that a benediction or a curse? Is it a good or evil to have strength to soar beyond the sun or planets even? If none of us at length reach heaven, if none of our infatuate souls sip the bright fire of God, if it be all a flying in a dream, a lying down at last in deeper night, to enrich the prodigal sod, to braid new wings for the same flight, the apology of Demetrius, Hyacinthus, your money, the idol you ordered is finished. May the grace of Diana be with you in strength undiminished. Behold how the breast of it glitters, as if it were wrought in with stipples. The Ephesian goddess is nature, and these are her bountiful nipples. So then do I fear for my trade, No, never, it's past my conceiving. There'll be work for the artist, while God's change to win our believing. Come on then, you babblers and madmen from Jewry, and tell us, and show us. Yes, come with your tumult, the like of which never was known in Corinth or Troas. They crowd in the markets and temples, and gabble a story that palters. Well, I whistle and hammer the silver, a maker of statues and altars. Who says I am wroth lest in Samothrace, Lystra, and Delos the craft of the maker of images fail through the speech of these fellows, and the temple of Artemis perish? Oh well, however they hate us. Can they burn it, as once it was burned by the wretch hero Stratus? But we built it again, and carved it all newly in beauty and wonder. Destroy it, O man, who was crazed by lightning and roaring of thunder. O Virgin Diana, if virgin, what virgin whose altar is older? If matron, what breasts hang with milk for the eyes of her temple's beholder? For centuries, Gonohan, these Jews prayed to serpents of bronze and calves that were golden. In Ephesus, Arcady, Athens, our reverent love was beholden to the goddess of prophecy, music, the lyre of light, inspiration, who guarded and watches the city and lays the foundation of nations and laws. What works we have done, yea, still we would heed her. And look at your barbarous ark in your temple of jewels and cedar. What is our pollution, our idols, our sacrificed things which are strangled? I ask you, already divided in turbulent parties who wrangled concerning salvation of God to the faith of the uncircumcision. In Cyprus and Paphos, where poets of love keep the Hellenic vision, I am filled with my loathing. Oh, keep me a Greek, though you make me a whoreson. When the worship of beauty is dead, you may pare off my foreskin. When the symbol is dead, which I mold to Diana our goddess, ill retire to the country of Nod, no matter where Nod is. It will live when your temples are built, if any are builded. And Jesus in silver is nailed on a cross which is gilded. And touching this thing, is it different to worship a man or abstraction? Or an idol of silver or stone? Go talk to your spirit's distraction. Areopagus listened to Paul, I am told, for Athens is spending her time, as of old, in weighing new things and attending. They heard him in silence, let his arguments pass uncorrected. Why, Plato had told us of from the dead resurrected. Now mark me, for showing the wisdom, compassion of poets and sages. That silence like lightning will aureole Paul to the end of the ages. O Athens, who set up that shrine, do you think it was just superstition, which carved for all passers to see that profoundest inscription? To the unknown God, do you think it was cowardice even? Make altars and gods as you will, unknown is the planeted heaven. And we who are richest in Godshave, exhausted all thought in creating both symbols and shapes for interpreted loving and hating. Still sense the unknown, though in blindness, in love as in duty. Would worship it most, the unknown is the ultimate beauty. Yes, Athens, who set up the altar and chiseled the worshipful letters. To the unknown God, what ignorance, fastened with fetters did you loosen, O wonder of Tarsus, how help their unknowing? Who told them he dwelt not in temples, nor needed the flowing of prayers from men's hearts, giver of life and of all things, and seeing. He is Lord of the heavens, in whom we are living and having our being. So quoting our poet who centuries since, with the monarch Gonatas, lived and wrote the phenomena known to the Greeks as Aratus. And yet Hyacinthus, I pity this Paul for profoundest compassion. Of Jesus before him, this sky and this earth I can fashion. Through mystical wonder, or fear to the Sphinx, or the Minotaur dreaded. There's Persephone dying and rising, and Cerberus the dog many-headed. We have thought it all through, yet I say if a virtue Elysian resides in the doctrine, ill leave off the goddess Ephesian. Sell my tools, shut my shop, worship God in a way that is safer. Make the unknown the known, have they shown you a magical wafer? A play in 4 acts. Act 1. There was slight rain that afternoon, and tempest in the apple trees. But as the sun went down the moon, sailed swiftly to a western breeze. Day kindled something in your blood. Your fancies roved with dove and hawk. There was no promise in your mood, nor soft assurance in your talk. I felt you might mislead my trust, and slight a love too surely yours. You were so wild, I felt you must be kindred to the woods and moors. But when we passed the orchard through, the dusk had crept into the sky. Your eyes betrayed a dream which grew, until I thought I heard you sigh. You were an ardent star that waited for night to be yourself and show how surely afternoon had fated. A love that nothing could forgo. Act 2. The sky was full of clouds at rest, like dolphins in a waste of blue. We tramped along a country road, into the village, I and you. The dogwood bloomed along the fences. We heard the songs of larks and thrushes. The country dooryards teemed with hues of lilac trees and almond bushes. The long blaze of the setting sun shone in your eyes and analyzed their little rifts of gray and brown, and left your secret undisguised. And I was silent thinking over the old threads raveled from your heart. I hear you clearer now than then. How can we part? How can we part? Act 3. Shadows upon the wall, and the ghost of a past on the floor. Here where the hours made carnival, in the days that are no more. And the chamber is cold and bare, and the wax from the taper drips. But I bury my face in your hair, and swoon at the touch of your lips. We went from the house to the wood, but never a word we spoke. And an eerie wind, like our moods, rustled the leaves of the oak. Dead leaves, tremulous, crisp, that breathed a forgotten tune. A cloud the shape of a wisp blotted the soaring moon. Silent we walked the path, and then the wild farewell. I saw your form like a wraith fade in the forest's dell. If joy would never depart, if we could but still the pain. Dear, I awoke with a pang in my heart, and heard the sound of the rain. Act 4. Michigan Avenue streams with people. 10 years alter the avenue. It's April again, and there are dolphin clouds at rest in a waste of blue. A girl goes by with a spray of lilacs pinned at her breast and quick as thought. Country fences, dogwood blossoms, over the granite scene are wrought. You come in my mind, it's spoiled by the glimpse of a monster diamond that glints and glows. A black-eyed gathering goes past, insolent, heavy, and hooked of nose. I scan his face that runs with fat, and the fleshly sag of his under lip. Then back to the diamond again, the hand holds your arm with a master grip. Theodore Dreiser, Jack O'Lantern, tall-shouldered, one eye set higher than the other, mouth cut like a scallop in a pie, a slant showing powerful teeth, swaying above the heads of others, jubilant with fixed eyes scarcely sparkling, moving about rhythmically, exploding in laughter, touching fingers together back and forth, or toying with a handkerchief, and the eyes burn like a flame at the end of a funnel, and the ruddy face glows like a pumpkin on Halloween, or else a gargoyle of bronze, turning suddenly to life and slipping suddenly down corners of stone. To ate you, full of questions, objections, distinctions, instances, contemptuous, ironical, remote, cloudy, irreverent, ferocious, fearless, grim, compassionate, yet hateful, old yet young, wise but virginal, to whom everything is new and strange, whence he stares and wonders, laughs, mocks, curses, disordered yet with a passion for order, and classification, hence the habitual, folding into squares of a handkerchief, or else a well-cultivated and fruitful valley, but behind it unexplored fastnesses, gorges, precipices, and heights, over which thunder clouds hang, from which lightning falls, stirring up terrible shapes of prey that slink about in the blackness. The silence of him is terrifying, as if you sat before the Sphinx. The look of his eyes makes tubes of the air, through which you are magnified and analyzed. He needs nothing of you and wants nothing. He is alone but content, self-mastered and beyond friendship. You could not hurt him if he would allow himself to have a friend. He could part from that friend forever, and in a moment be lost in wonder, staring at a carved rooster on a doorstep, or at an Italian woman giving suck to a child on a seat in Washington Square, soul-enwrapped demiurge, walking the earths, stalking life. John Cowper Powys, astronomer and biologist, and chemical analyst and microscopist, observer of men's involuted shells, where they conceal their hate and even their love, under insipid ooze or nacreous stuff, tracer of crisscross steps made when great hells kept lime as soft as wax, which thereupon took the imprint of the air, from gnat-like wings of joy or shadowy care. He makes hard secrets stand in the cul-de-sacs, entrance and face him till he lays all bare, that eyes hold or heart of blood contains, and curious traits in diverse curious brains, and starved desires in hearts and hopes forgot, under the sifting ashes of one's lot. X-ray photographer who flashes what's in you out of you with sudden crashes of wit or oratory in a flood. He samples and tests the books, also your blood, shows what you are and whence you came, and who your kindred are and what your flame. In heat and color is, poet and wag. Prophet, magician, taking from a bag. Eggs, rabbits, silver globes, the old engram. Scoffer with reverence, visioned, quick to damn. Yet laugh at, looking keenly through the sham. Confessing his own sins, devoid of shame. He knows himself and laughs, or blames himself as he would others blame. A naughty boy who kicks away the staff, which poor decrepits walk by, nearly blind. Then hurrying up, with varied thought to find medicinal clay with which dim eyes to heal. What is the human secret but Proteus? And who can catch the old man but his kind? He was Poseidon's herdsman, knew the streams of early being, seafold ponds and sluices, where life took birth through elemental dreams. And Proteus glanced with lightning and divined the cause of Bacchus' madness, but at noon he counted his sea calves and ocean sheep on Carpathos, where waters made a tune, following the Orphic sun out of the deep. Then in his cave he hid him, turned to sleep. So runs our life to change, and who can catch? The Protean thought must watch, and be adept at wrestling in the chase, and know the god, whatever be his face. Through roar of water where the porpoise is, and extravagant dolphins play in silences of noon or midnight, so John Cowper Powys. You stand before us, gesturing, shoulder bent, a little like King Richard, frizzed of hair, rolling your eye for secrets, for the word. The thresher of your mind is eloquent, with hulls and flakes of words, until at last the kernel itself pops out, not long deferred. Here is our wrestler then, hunter of secrets, of creative souls. Eluded he may be, he tries again. His hand slips clutching at the irised shoals of rapturous thought, and at times his eyes are blinded by a light or a disguise. But finally, both eye and hand obey the infallible senses' brave command. He catches Proteus then, and with a shout, the god shouts too, and we who watch the bout join in the panic of their merriment. New Year's Day. She was a woman who, even as a child, hungered for gifts with hunger passionate, and in her childhood made a hard fate for a father who had failed and who was wild, with a kind of laughing despair that comes of having failed. She had plain dresses, only a little strand of coral beads and ribbons for her hair, bestowed by grandmamma, and on her hand a ring of beads that maddened her and paled beside the gold rings other girls could show. So she grew up out of this woe of wanting and not having things, and round this nucleus of desire her nature wound itself into a spire, as a vine climbs up and clings till it becomes the tree. So she became all fire for the world's glittering glory. Then, in the process of her being's story, she married a man of riches and took over dresses and jewels, houses with her lover, and learned the ways of Paris and New York, and how to sit or look or use one's fork, and how to speak in French, and how to dress, and how to find and use the loveliness that gold brings, and she lived where thought is white, with its great longing for the infinite, where pale youths dream and write, and starve and lie awake at night, where sculpture, music, and where painting is, on priceless canvases. But none of this saw she, in feeding her desire with jollity, in the cafes and in society, wherever the denials of her youth could be made whole or leveled up, with idle splendor or the champagne cup. That was her dream of making her life truth, till she devoured her husband like a lemon. She was at last one of this kind of women. Then, as a widow, she came journeying back, with trunks and maids upon a New Year's Day, over her childhood's disappointed track. Her father, meanwhile, had gone on the way, which was his at the start. His life was like a bruise which does not smart, now that it has grown hard. And he was stoical, like one who hugs his inner self until sensation dies, or dulls his fears or sorrows with strong drugs. There was a light of hardness in his eyes, through which no one could see his secret pain. Failure had made him so, could explain to no one how he had been caught in life. Sometimes it seemed himself, sometimes his wife, and he had thought of it so much he lost perspective of himself, therefore he kept great silence, speaking little even then. But trivial things, he trod his path and slept, and rose to tread the path and slept again. He was resolved to pay the bitter cost, and not cry out his thinking stood on guard. To this end, chiefly, with impassive heart, he wrote his daughter on a postal card, to come if it should please her and be home on Christmas if she could, on New Year's Day if she preferred, but anyway to come, if a ghost could patch its tomb with a trowel from time to time, if it had a little lime, so as to stop the cracks and growing rifts. That would be like this man who hated gifts, because he scarce could give them, and had patched with hardness where his heart had broken in years gone for the holidays, when she cried in such ignorance of his poverty. Now with walled feelings he could sit unspoken of what he felt, regretted, or had lost. He was that kind of ghost. So when the daughter came, he only had her mother and the dinner, greetings glad, and certain pride, because her life had matched with childhood's hopes, but still he had no gifts for Christmas or for New Year's, and the daughter wept when she found it so. 'Twas always so. It made her youthful bitterness alive, and so she spilled her water out of a trembling hand at dinner, and arose and left the table, but with specs on nose, self-mastered, not revealing what was his feeling. The father ate the dinner alone, while mother was comforting the daughter. He might have given me $1, a little book, a handkerchief, or any other little thing. He always acted so. The mother tried to soothe her daughter's woe, but while they were together, the father took his steps uptown, and when the two came back, they found him gone, and the room growing black from falling night. But later he came in, and sat by the fire all silent. This had been his New Year's Day, and later his wife came and sat across him silent in her blame, of him and of his life. She said at last, "Blanche is heartsick." "Well, I am 65. He answered her, "and never while I am alive will I remember Christmas or a New Year's Day. I am glad so many of such days are past. They have been always this way. We had dinner, and ourselves for her, and she brought herself. And nothing else. This is the way to win her. Admiration, yet this thing of giving. Dollars or books wins only a little thrill of tickled pride or egotism still. I might have done it just to have the peace of her self-satisfaction," said the wife. "You might find happiness in her happiness. The only thing you understand in living is how to stand your misery. One can guess the working of your thought ere she could cease. The daughter entered like the devil's elf, and saw her father bent before the fire, and saw the back of his head, which spoke to her of hardness or of something that she hated, which moved her pity and her hate at once. And then the mother said, "You two are fated to be as blind as two cliffs to each other. You need, I think, a spiritual rebirth, something that you could have upon this earth. For I can see a book or handkerchief would give one happiness and one relief from hardness which is girding in your soul. That would be rich return for small outlay. God give us all another New Year's Day. Playing blind. You used to play at being blind. Now you are blind, you used to say. Play I am blind and help me find where the gate opens on the way. I laughed at you, we laughed together. When you were playing blind, your staff, my walking cane of varnished leather. Now you are blind and still you laugh. You sit beneath the reading lamp, with long-lashed eyelids closed and pale, and make me read you Riley's Tramp, and Grimm, and many a fairy tale. Sometimes I stop you, see I choke, before the tale is done by half. One's eyes blur from tobacco smoke. I cannot laugh now when you laugh. I shall never see you again. If I could only see you again. If I could only see you again. How can it be? I shall never see you again. For the world has shown it can roll on its way and blot you out forever. And I shall never see you again. I thrill as one who slips on the edge of a gulf when I think I shall never see you again. As a dead leaf is hurtled over the tops of trees. As a dead leaf is dizzily driven through woodland valleys. I am driven and tossed in the storms of living. But as the dead leaf escapes the breeze's fingers and sinks till it nestles motionless under a rock, so in quiet moments I dream of you. I dream of all that you were. And I shall never see you again. There never was anyone like you. There never yet was such joy in a heart, such strength to live whatever the fate, such love to love, such thought to see how life is good, such maternal passion, such breasts eager to nurse child after child. And I shall never see you again. Your breasts were made to suckle conquerors, warriors, prophets, invincible souls. loving life and loving death at last. And now your breasts are dust. You are all dust. You are lost save for my memory. And this morning I woke, as a leaf might wake in its sheltered place, under the rock, stirred by a breath of April. And I lived again the last time I saw you. The last visit. You were almost 90 then. But there was the old zest in your heart. To do all things and have all things. Unchanged as I had known them. As a boy, you gave me the same room. Nothing was changed. Not a chair, a curtain, a picture. And you came upstairs before it was day, and lighted a fire in the little stove, to have the room warm for me to dress in. There never was love like yours. And I went down to the kitchen and found you, frying batter cakes and laughing, and bringing back my boyhood days, with the old stories, and how you kissed me and hugged me, with your withered arms. And then you sat down with me, and ate with me as of old, and brought out priceless jars of things, which you had made and saved for me. The breath of memory stirs me. Under the rock, I must have the madness of life to drive me, to toss me into forgetfulness of my loss of you. For I shall never see you again. Elizabeth to Monsieur D. I pace the rooms and wait for John's return. My heart beats all too fast, I feel a pain. Around my heart, my hands grow cold, I burn. Through neck and cheeks, and thus I live in vain. John comes at last and says, there is no mail. No letter for you, and with whirling brain. I turn away in silence, growing pale, and whisper to myself to be resigned. To wretchedness perhaps is to prevail. Oh, a wretchedness, and win a peace of mind. To love you so, to thirst for you, to pay. For outward calm, with inner storms confined. To lie awake by night and spend the day. In restless thoughts, is life too hard to bear? I see you in my troubled dreams alway. You face me with a grave and haughty air, serene, incensed against me who intrude, an interest which you have no heart to share. Forgive me, then, my sorrow's servitude. To write to you, my suffering will ease, and fill the aching of my solitude. I have gone forth to nature to find peace. The woods are filled with purple lupin now. Small yellow asters, phlox, and cramoisies. Of columbine and roses, vine and bough. The wild grape and the cherry haunt the dunes, with odors sweet as love to cool my brow. I walk the heights upon these afternoons, and watch the blue waste of the sky's descent. And yesterday were golden light festoons, with flickering sorcery the way we went. Twixt sprays of beech and sassafras I stole, till once again at the hill's top half spent, I saw the shore dunes and the waters roll. We climbed it once, toads through it was there. The Bacchic madness came into your soul, to take me in your arms, and now I bear your coldness, your reproaches, you who call my longing and my spiritual despair a mere neurosis or hysterical outcropping to be conquered. It was wrong to take me in your arms, and then, when all Was not yours then to tell me to be strong, and urge your marriage vows now I have thought. The problem of my love through, I belong. To you, monsieur, whatever grief is wrought, of body or of soul to satisfy. The flame is better and is far less fraught with mad regret than it can be to lie in restless torture. O my friend, withdraw your friendship from me, never lest I die. Yes, I could live and work if I foresaw your friendship mine and letters by your hand, arriving in this lonely place to thaw the ice around my heart's flame. Understand, from those I love but little love I need. Crumbs from your feast you scarce can countermand, and crumbs are all I ask, and just the meed of friendly interest. I abase my pride. The strong can suffer silently and bleed. As long as strength lasts, keep the blood inside, until one weakens when it spurts and drips, and pride turns nature, careless now to hide the inner bleeding, bubbling at the lips. I write you this without regret or shame. My strength has left me in the blue eclipse of agony, monsieur, I take the blame. If any come of fanning dangerously the spark that brightened once and would be flame. Is that not true, or do you say to me, you are no more my pupil? I retrench the memory of things that cease to be, and go my way with teaching young girls French, as I taught you. 2 years have passed since then. What is this thought that time has failed to quench? You who are laureled in the world of men, a genius risen like a morning star, does not that glory fill you yet again? I answer you, one's genius burns afar, in useless splendor if it warm no cheek, make bright no eye, lead on no darkling spar. Genius is love, is freedom, it must speak, work out its fate from egocentric life. It is more swift than other fate to seek its ruin with its hope, or take the knife more willingly to breast than those who sink in involuted growth to be your wife. I do not dream, I only wish to drink the cup with you and break the bread with you, to feel thereby our lives are one and think we are one creed and one communion new, in spirit born anew, that I may have an altar for my genius, something true, and near in flesh to triumph for or brave the world or evil for. Genius is love. It cannot bear itself alone to save. It must another rescue, it must prove its growing strength in ministry, monsieur. Bruise not my soul by ignorance hereof. My reverend father thinks my thoughts are pure. If he should read this, but if you dismiss this letter with a smile and say her cure is the reaction of forbidden bliss, it is most true, but you would not degrade my love for you with that analysis, and that alone, for surely God who made our souls and bodies so meant we should rise through their desires, and does God pervade this glowing mass of life, these starry skies. With other power, now scorn me if you will. The unburdened heart has tamed its agonies. Monsieur D. to the psychoanalyst. In time I'll tell you all the dreams I've had. But no, well, let me think, oh yes, 3 times. I've dreamed a creature with a dragon's head, which was her head as well, for so it seemed. gemmed with her brazen eyes, half luminous and half opaque, slate-colored, lay across my breast and hurt my heart and breathed her breaths from half-dead, livid, overlapping lips. As when you crush a snake's head, jaws will lie awry and out of plumb like pestilence. Right in my nostrils, this interpreted means characters are breaths and most are bad. When closely known, such breath suits well the dragon, but would not suit her, so you'd think to see how fair her face, how seeming fair her soul. So let me tell you, all my hair is gray. My youth is gone, pretense will work no more. I am 57, yet I cling to youth. Because I cling to love, have never known aught but successions of immoderate what? Some call it lust, you call it libido. Well, it is urge, creative fire and drives the artist half-soul mad, as I am mad. Look how my poor hand trembles, my voice breaks. No, I'll go on, I'll tell you all be done. Then if you cannot cure me, there's a balm. I know myself. If I had only loved Elizabeth, who wrote me years ago, such pleading letters every man can win. Some woman's love completely had she won. My love as well, oh what a monstrous world, where such envenomed fire is, held by chance, and shot in blindness, so she felt the flame, and looked on me, I felt the flame and looked upon this cockatrice. So as I said, I had been teacher, actor, writer, poet, had seen my face on lithographs, felt warm in every capillary for that face, which seemed star-guided, noble to be loved, revered, and thus, through self-esteem I bore my failures hoping, buoyed by some success, as the swift years went by. But on a day when I was 45, looked 35, no gray hairs then, they called me 35. My name went round the city, in the press. They hailed me as a genius, I had played Othello to their liking, was yet young, and promised much, they said, that afternoon. A woman came to see me in my suite. Wonder and admiration in her eyes. Her manner halted as she thumbed a book upon the table while she told her tale. She had one favor as an amateur. Could I, the greatest talked of man today, show her the way to greatness, might it be? A modest part could be assigned to her. When I played Mad Othello, I have found that when a woman has no business with you, her calling speaks the oldest one of all. So true to this I acted, we commenced, and for 3 months I struggled for the prize. Her first play was to make me pity her. She told me of her suffering, her youth. She was then 35, her poverty, her labor to learn French, and like a man, I pitied her and opened up my purse. She said, no, no, this hat and dress will do. It brushes well, she would not take a cent. I saw her daily for a month before. I won her, though she gave me hands and lips. There was a fury in her lips, my heart seemed like to stop, I could not win the prize. One day she broke in tears, you seemed so noble, so great of mind, are you then like the rest, who want a woman's body, nothing else? I want your love, I said, your love for mine. I love you, dearest, for must I repeat the gagging words, so I declared the love I felt too deeply, and to prove my love, I added, ill renounce the gift of love. My lady wonderful, worship you afar. You would not have me tortured by your eyes, nor have me see you often in this case. So I had given love as I had given all wealth that I could pour of soul, achievement, name in the world, all pride, all thought of self, present or future, to this woman now. For love's sake, I renounced the gift of love. And so I left her, well, she called me back. And though I was a fool, and blinded too, I saw her thought, and won her in an hour. So then commenced my madness, for she said, it could not be again, the blood I tasted could not be drunk, you love me, she would say. Then bring me not to shame, it will be known. If we go on, I cannot lose my bread. Librarians cannot have their names in doubt. Who serve the public, as I do, so it was. The madness braced my will, and unrelenting, I sought her, won her, in a little while. We were adjusted to habitual love, and I was happy save when I was mad. For she knew younger men who came to call, or take her to the theatre with one. She corresponded, let it be, she said. I must not be in public with you, dear, whose name and greatness in the world would point to our relationship. How could it be? You would be with a woman without station, celebrity or wealth, except for this. These others are a blind I could not solve. Out of the whirling clouds of passion truth, my days were tortured in the dreams of sleep. I saw this dragon head I told you of, and so through heavy venery and dread, and anger, doubt, faith, love, and much of hate, I took to drink. So drinking with her once, for she could drink me blind, I turned and said, you say I am the first, I think you lie. She wailed a flood of tears, 100 eyes turned on us in the cafe where we sat. We left and walked the park, I goaded her, pried out the secret, why at 23 she had become the mistress of a man. It ended just 6 months before she came to see me in my suite. Now here I was. To hold on to myself, I had to hold this woman, win her wholly, crush her soul, destroy her so she would no longer be my heart's desire, for I had given all, and I could see she valued it the less. As time went on, my name, what was it now? My art, what was it now? She even hinted. I could not act Othello, there was nothing I could do more to keep her, hold her love, her admiration, oh how good esteem seems to a man who forfeits it to her, whose body he can have, who cannot have that sympathy whereby a man is nerved to daily work and living. What is art? No picture would be painted, poem sung, save for the thought that woman close at hand, or somewhere in the world yet to be found, by reason of the picture or the poem, will see and love you for it. Let me say, in passing and dismiss it, I began with little sums until I gave her much. There's matter of more moment, I confess, in spite of my licentious life, the creed one sees among the artists where I've lived. To strong belief in woman's virtue, yes. In spite of lip avowal of the faith. Of love called free, I have not quite believed it. But it was in her soul, she sucked that milk. A child upon her mother's breast, she said. It all came out at last from many talks. And then, just then, I thought I saw foreshadowed a social change upon the things of sex. We read together Anne Veronica and Bernard Shaw and laughed and said at last, we see each other clearly, we have found a footing for our life. I slept at last. The dragon vanished from my dreams, I waked. A song upon my lips, left drink alone. Could face my image in the looking glass and find, restored, a noble quality, a strength and genius. But if love be free, and if you love though only for an hour, why not the cup of love, her former friend, piqued to an interest by my love for her, came back to see if he had overlooked a beauty he would have, well, she confessed. Their night together, it was at the time, my poor canzones, which sang our stormy love, had just been finished. Every artist fool writes sonnets or canzones once in his life. And so I had to add a verse to tell her faithlessness, or was it faithlessness? Since she declared she loved me, did not love this older friend, but if she did not love him, what was this act? She called it just a trial of our love which had stood the test, O God. Such mazes for my soul, flushed then with wrath, and drink I beat her cruelly, she stood, with scarce a cry of pain, and let me strike, and said if I considered it was just to beat her so, she wished to bear the pain. Then with a cry I ceased, we fell asleep, stretched on the bed together. When we woke, she kissed me her forgiveness, I returned the kiss, ah me. So now the story turns. There was a woman critic who pursued my work with hateful words. Before I knew the cockatrice, I found it best to fold this critic's column under, never read. And in a day or two, from that on which I beat my mistress, what should I behold? A letter from Hirsch had left the town. Without my knowing, she was visiting this critic enemy at her summer home. And in this mail, I found my poor canzones returned to me, and in the letter this: my friend says, for some reason you would try to compromise me by this wretched verse. So I return it to you, go and burn. I shall not see you more, so she advises. And so I think, I wish you well no less. You are a little old to rise to fame or excellence in acting, yet go on. Perhaps there is not aught beside to do, and it will occupy your mind. Goodbye. So shortly, everywhere I seem to sense the feeling that they deemed me foul and base. While we were friends, I made her known to artists and writers in the city with this start: she had gone on and multiplied her friends. Among this folk, I saw it all at once, as one sees dawn from darkness. Then the social standard melted, gave away to all that had been written for some years. Free love had won at last, and we who kept our love in hiding, she who lied to keep her name as one who lived a maiden's life. And I who doubted, hated her because she was not freshly mine, she and I stepped to a world all new, she to enjoy. And I to perish, I was weak from loss. Of blood from wounds she gave me, spent for love. Poured for her sorrow, for she grieved and wept. That I was not her early love, her love. At love's beginning, I went here and there. To build her life up, make it rich, repair. The injuries of her youth, retrieve the days which had brought loneliness, forbear with me. I thought I could tell, all in just a word. Yes, this is it, she learned what was my strength, and took it for her own, found out my faults, and struck me there, she gave me confidence. And trust, I fancied, on analysis. She had concealed herself, there had not been clear understanding with us, so she took my friends, and friends are never wholly friends, and made them hers, through these made other friends. Explored my havens, my alliances, my secret powers of prestige in the world. And I awoke to find the world my foe, and every desk of every editor silent for knowledge of me, breaking silence. In just a word of hate, you see she loosed this story like a mist which creeps through cracks. That I had compromised her, then behold, I who had helped to bring this error in. Of sex equality, yes, in spite of all my ingrained feelings I have spoken of. Found myself robbed of her by just the creed I had upheld, and saw her live with him, who was her friend before I knew her, yes, and justified by those whom she had feared, because they hated me and pitied him. Bound to a woman in a loveless life, who would not free him, let him marry her. Then the last atom of my strength I summoned. To play Othello, it was death or life, soul triumph or soul ruin, but you see, the cockatrice had sent the word around, and sharpened every critic eye I faced. An audience of one mind could sense it all, where hatred, mild amusement were well mixed. To poison, paralyze creative power, and even break my memory, but I said, show now your genius, drink the hatred in, till all your spirit sparkles as a star. When the north wind of winter blows at night, nothing opposes but a woman's hate. Rise on its wreckage, so I spurred myself. And even when I saw her critic friend, limbed from the mass of faces, lost my clue, and waited for the prompter, then my rage upheld May's, but wait, the rest is brief. I had not acted through the strangle scene. When I heard calls and bells, the curtain fell. My understudy led me from the stage. Out in the night, we went I knew not where. It was a night of drink, and I awoke to strange surroundings in a scented room. A woman with light hair lay by my side. How did I get hairer than? The woman laughed. She was a fury, for the furies had me. Out of the house I ran, from place to place. All day went wandering in the city, thus. My wanderings of 10 years began, they seem 10 centuries, what do you think of this? I am 57, with a bad complex. Can you unravel it and make me well? The last confession. Dear, if you knew how my poor heart aches for your heart by day and night, forever lost to life's delight. As seasons pass and years depart, You would not let the invisible flame of hatred sear and scar your soul, where once in living light my name was lettered like an aureole. You who lost faith in me will not believe this last confession made to lift your spirit from the shade, wherein it walks and views the spot of my offense. But when I saw that our love's life must have an end, I looked back o'er our paths with awe and traced it toward us to the sign where our ways severed, yours and mine. There stood remorse's dreaded shape, your disbelief, your self-contempt. I saw our love was not exempt from ruin and could not escape. We could not separate and smile and keep a faithful thought the while of understanding like a spring, hidden, refreshing, murmuring, as friend sometimes takes leave of friend. Then what was left, it was this thought, that at the last came forth to slay. Your love without a warning brought, ere my lips tightened to betray. For as our love found depths too deep, as absence almost deadened sense, as often I awoke from sleep, and looked for hours at you, all tense, lest you awake and see my eyes, where the one thought of purest love shone like a fixed star's paradise. I learned to know that self above, making the heart's hierarchy pure, stands the archangel truth preferred, throned over love which can endure only where truth has stood unstirred, watchful and with his torch of stars held o'er love's face, although it shows the forehead's pain, the bosom's scars, the cheeks bleached out from secret tears, in memory of impalpable blows shed in the night's long solitude. You see, I could not give you truth. There was the shadow in my life, cast by the fierce sun of my youth. And as our day fell to the west, the shadow lengthened and the strife twixt love and truth within my breast waxed fiercer. Heaven's deathless blue leaned on my hungering soul and pained its wings as if a joy were lost, or never had been quite attained, or captured at too great a cost. I could not give you truth all true, my love for you, and then the thirst for all your love made me accursed of fear that, if you knew me first, just as I am, your heart would cease to cherish mine, and then much more. Was this fear venom to my peace, when all the world spread out before our astonished eyes as our own world, and we its children, each for each? This was the sleepless worm which curled in my heart's petals at the root, where my heart's sweetness had its source. You never saw the worm, my speech, poised like a bee who knows the loot of honey's gone and turns his course. I kept the petals closed, and you breathed at their tips, but would have known all of their fragrance or of blight. That's love, though, have no place where light and understanding have not shone. Your face reproached me, I who knew no sweet or bitter essences can be withheld from love that keeps an onward flight which ever sees, or would see, all in the heart's deeps. Then life came, and with lifted sword laid on our souls his dread command. Say your farewells, part hand from hand. You the adorer and adored. Duty is seeking you, and grief would have her child return and see the changeless halls of misery, and the bare board and darkened hearths. I reeled with anguish as the earth sank from my feet, for oh, the end seemed far as death, and when it came, it was my hope, my soul's desire, to part as friend may part from friend, and that you'd keep alive my name, bright as an altar's quenchless fire. It could not be, how could it be? I was not truth, I was not true. I kept my soul's real self from you. Then I bethought me, since his earth is autumn-stricken with a doubt, that I am worth not his love's worth. Were it no better, he should know. Disloyalty made definite by a suspected past renit, and see our love a play played out, then to live through the soft decline of our bright day to solemn eve, a sunset of remembrance hew her. He walks devoured by love and hate, love for the love I strove to give, hate for a thought intuitive. Some newer love her heart hath won, or some first love hath won her back. No, to my faith, he says, ill cleave, believing that I can't believe. Slow death to love, exquisite rack. Ah me, I had not made this fate. The warp was stretched, the woof was spun, the roof tree laid long years before. You entered at the unbolted door. Then what is best, what can be done? To give him back his pride and strength, and even his peace of mind at length. Better a quick blow, better blood, to brace the soul and poise the brain, and make him what he was again. Just then the shadow near me stood, who stepped aside for you, he took, with unabated comradeship, my hand in his, that closed our book. I woke to hear the water drip, blown out of heaven's low, and 1499, he brushed my tears off with his hand. Nor clouds, nor memory trouble him. And my one thought of you was this: I've cured you with this sacrifice. The hate has come to you I planned, the hate that may take form in words. For scorn like this I found a seam, right at the contact of our love. No recreative fire can warm and fuse fine gold with lifeless dross, or worthy metal make thereof. This killed your love and wrecked your dream. This is my soul's confession, wait. A trickster in a hooded form stands by as we begin to pull the weaving beam and throws between the warp and woof a ball of wool. It catches and is woven in the colors, spoils the conscious blend, changes the pattern to the end. Whatever it be, I call it fate. In misery or in happiness, we must live on a while, no less. Shall we be master weavers, climb, or leave the loom, or waste the time, or guide the shuttle till the threads weave clear or turn to worthless shreds? In the loggia, there were 7 nights of the moon. This August, beloved, there were nights before the 7, when we scarcely saw the moon, or perhaps as we canoed ere the sun sank. We saw her as a transparent tissue of white, against a sky as white. But when we first saw the moon, she had risen before the sun had sunk. Then the next night she was brighter, with the evening planet above her, despite the tongues of fire in the west, where the sun had set on fire, great coils of cloud. And then there were those nights between, her growth and her overflowing fullness, when hand in hand we walked in your garden, amid the Chinese balloons and coreopsis, hibiscus, marigold, hydrangeas, under the rose arches, and by the hedge of California privet, and looked at the lake, and the moon in the sky, and the moon on the lake. And do you remember what we saw as we stared at the wake of the moon? On the lake, the ripples made blacknesses, and the moon made silver splendors. And as we stared, we saw, in the shadows of waves, running into the light of the moon on the water, youths and maids and children, coming from darkness into the light in a dance, joining hands, falling into embraces, hurrying to a vanishment at the path of light, where the moon had paved the water. I shall never see the moon on the water without seeing these youths and maids and children, and without thinking of that night, of the full moon. This was the night we saw the moon rise from the very first, across the lake overtopping the forest. A spire of pines stood up against a sky made pale as of the northern lights. But in a moment, a bit of fire lit the spire of the pine, as it were a candle lighted. And she rose so fast that I took my watch to time the rising of the moon, free and clear of the spire. And she rose so fast that as we gazed, she cleared the spire and soared with such silent glory above the forest, and sailed to the southwest of the spire. And at that moment the whippoorwills began to sing in the woodlands near. We had not heard them before in all this summer. And we stood in the loggia, in the silence of our own thoughts, in the silence of the full moon. And it was then that the pressure of your hand gave me a meaning of sorrow. It was then that the pressure of your hand spoke as flame which turns in the wind, of a change in your heart. But if not a change of another's heart, toward whom you turned. And I sit in the loggia tonight, waiting for the moon to rise. She will not rise till midnight, and then she will rise, a poor half-wreck of herself. No whippoorwill has sung tonight, and none will sing. And if there are youths and maids and children hurrying into the dance on the water, embracing and fading in light, I shall not see. No, in this darkness where I breathe, the scent of the sweet alyssum, which you planted and tended, I shall wait for midnight and the rise of our ruined moon. In the darkness of the loggia, under a sky that hopes for no moon tonight, save the wasted moon of midnight, I am filled with a deep happiness and a thankfulness to the power behind the sky, I am filled with a joy as wide and deep as nature. That my love for you can live without your love for me, and asks nothing of you, and nothing for you, save that you find what you seek. Be with me through the spring. The snow has passed, the crocus blooms. A swelling tide of life returns. Green lights invade the forest glooms. All nature wakes and yearns. The breeze lifts and the ships take wing to havens which we long have known. And yet I dread the spring, for fear you may be gone. Life gives us sweet delights and then gathers them back and buries them deep. O wanton hearts that kill them when they do not tire or sleep. The breeze lifts and the ships take wing. Be with me through the spring. Desolate Scythia. Eyes. When there are no distances in music, no far-off things suggested of fairy forests or celestial heights. When nothing undiscovered stands back of the written page, and the landscape contains nothing hidden, and no alluring spirits of further places. When no more in eyes shines the light of mystery, and the thrill of discovered kinships has fallen into the familiar recognition that takes all men and women as daily associates of an accustomed world. Then you have come to the uttermost plain of earth, where lie the rocks of desolate Scythia. The surge, when the hill grows green at midway time, and bronze buds toss in the lane. It is sweet to follow the river Swallow, where the tiles are red from rain, when the slanting wind shakes apple blossoms, and the willow trees are bowed. The balcony banners flutter up, where sails the hilltop cloud. The balcony banners are ever the same, wherever the heart may stray. One sports the tiger and one the dragon, whether you weep or play. Where little boy blue and the knave of hearts, and the goose girl dance on the green. Where knights in red and gold ride forth, guarding the king and queen. Where the glint of swords is the only light on a passing storm of men, or where the furies rocking wait for the world to die again. Where horsemen ride by the winding river, galloping in the quest. One wears black and one wears yellow, and one in red is dressed. One fares in the flaunt of a scholar's cloak, and a velvet hat and plume. Two ride with eyes fixed on the ground, and one with a face of gloom. One laughs at the others and laughs at himself. Two think of themselves alone. One sees a goal for his thirsting soul, and life as a stepping stone. They pass through a village where some boys are flying kites. The people come with food and wine to entertain the knights. And one takes bread and one takes cake. Three drink a little wine, and two drink for their heart's delight, and one for an anodyne. And the knight in red slips off to a tavern, and drinks him deep and strong. And then he hurries to catch his fellows, and hails them with a song. They come to a village that lay within a king's domains. The knight in yellow takes his sword, and strikes away the chains. They come to a place of festival, through which there passed a hearse. The knight in black reins in his steed, to look thereon and curse. They come to a hall of curious books, under a mountain peak. The knight in the scholar's cloak goes in, and talks with them in Greek. And all the way by the winding river, by heaven's breeze unfurled, the tiger banner and dragon banners flutter around the world. As night drew down, they come to a palace of laughter, lights, and din. Says the knight in red, I tarry here, for I hear the violin. Nay, says the knight in yellow dressed. Nay, says the knight in black. Nay, says the scholar, I sleep in the open, to study the zodiac. Out comes to them an equerry, and sees their piteous dole. Come in, says the ruddy equerry, and dine with old King Cole. He seized their horses ere they could turn, and led them where candles shone. And there, with a crown tipped on his head, sat the monarch on his throne. What is your name, all yellow dight? And where does your sovereign reign? The sorrowful knight then answered the king, I am traveling back to Spain. What is your name, all dressed in black? And whither do you roam? I was a mad prince they sent to England, and now I am going home. What is your name in a scholar's cloak? And what is your heart's joy? I search through Europe night and day, for a spouse for Helen of Troy. They're as mad as hatters, said King Cole, as he straightened his crown on his head. Go call in the fiddlers, bring my bowl. Fetch me my pipe, he said. But hold, said Cole, who are you, fellow? Now answer me fair and well. I was born in France, said the knight in red, and my name's Pantagruel. That's a good name, laughed old King Cole. But whither are you bound? I search for the holy bottle, king, and I pray it may be found. That's a true answer, said old King Cole, and here you shall abide. Come up to my throne and reign forever, and sit you by my side. Away with the rest, said old King Cole, and fetch my bowl, said he. Here is Pantagruel found at last, to keep me company. From under the throne he drew the bottle, and poured wine into the bowl. Pantagruel stepped to the dais, and drank with old King Cole. Give yellow and black and scholar's cloak a bed in the royal room. But old King Cole and Pantagruel drank till the morning's bloom. They laughed and drank till the dawn was red, while the sleepers prayed and wept. They sang to the violins till day, while black and yellow slept. But old King Cole, the merry old soul, was a curious soul as well. Who are these fellows, queried he, of his friend Pantagruel. Well, never ask me, said Pantagruel. I met them down by the river. But whether they came from the land of lanterns, they're traveling on forever. They went to the room with a candle light, and looked in the face of the three. They're a sorry lot, said old King Cole. They're a sorry lot, said he. They held the candle to Grey Beard's face, and grey beard moaned in his rest, and pricked in colour of India ink was a windmill on his breast. The other muttered life is a shadow, and his face was young and pale, and pricked on his arm was a green serpent, devouring its own tail. The other side I still must struggle, and strive until I die. And over his heart was pricked the shape of a winged butterfly. What do I see? Said old King Cole. Has the wine gone into my brain? Who's Helen of Troy, who'd leave England, and who'd return to Spain? Pantagruel and old King Cole slipped down the stairs in stealth. They fill the bowl from the holy bottle, and drink each other's health. They stand at the window to watch the sun, and the mists of morning clear. 3 knights on horses climb the hill, and silently disappear. And yellow and black and scholar's cloak into the light have gone, and the tiger banner and dragon banners flutter against the dawn. There's the dragon banner, says old King Cole, and the tiger banner, he sighs. Pantagruel breaks into a laugh as the monarch dries his eyes.